Thank you, sir. Good evening, folks, and welcome to the 14th meeting of this 24th City Council. Our meeting will come to order this evening. All councilors are present via Zoom video conference, except Councilor Borrego, who is with us in City Hall this evening, and so she'll be joining us here since she's in the office already today. We'll begin tonight with the Pledge of Allegiance, like we do always. We will do the pledge both in English and Spanish. Councilor Benton will lead us in Spanish, and if we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance in English. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilor Benton?
Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. A few housekeeping items for the evening, and then we'll get started. And so, as was noted in our press release from the office, issued on Friday, posted on our website, and noted in the published council agenda, tonight's meeting has special procedures given the governor's declaration of a public health emergency and a ban on gatherings of 5 or more people. As those continue, this meeting and our future meetings will continue via Zoom video conference. For tonight's meeting, members of the public, our city staff, and media all have the ability to view this meeting live through our 3 different platforms: on GovTV, on Comcast 16, the GovTV website, and on YouTube. These live streams can be accessed from almost any smartphone, tablet, or computer. And for those watching online and on live stream, thanks. We appreciate you joining us. A video recording of this and all of our council meetings are also available for viewing anytime on the City Council's website. Our staff is available by phone to any member of the public who needs assistance in accessing those or other items from the meeting. You can call us during regular business hours at 768-3100, and our staff's happy to help you do that. The council did accept public comment tonight, beginning on Friday, all the way through 2 o'clock today, and those have been distributed for folks who submitted those in writing to city councilors, with one exception for any public comment about zoning hearings. Councilors are not allowed to take comment from the public on, and Mr. Melendrez, our legal advisor, will explain that when we get to those public hearings this evening. A couple of other housekeeping notes. I'm going to ask that Mr. Moya, our moderator, go ahead and begin letting in some guests. We have some proclamations and presentations this evening. And so while he's letting those guests in, I'll say that the City Council is back, and we're looking to try to get back into regular order as much as we possibly can in these unusual times. And so beginning at our next meeting on August 17th, we'll be proposing some new rules that will allow the public to participate again by signing up for Zoom or phone to participate in general public comment. And so for those of you who look forward to that and all the things that come with it, please watch our agenda for that information, as we'll put that out beginning with our agenda for our next meeting, or at least we intend to. And Mr. Moya is telling me that everybody's in, and so we're going to move to proclamations and presentations. First up tonight, Councilor Gibson, Madam Vice President, I believe you have a proclamation. Would you introduce your guest and tell us some more about it?
I do. This is a proclamation I'm very proud to be presenting, and with us this evening to receive this proclamation, cyberly anyway. We'll have the real paper ones to them as soon as we can. But anyway, with us today are the people from Agora at UNM. Molly McCoy-Brack is here, and Alex Tibble, and Kyle Doherty. I see their names here, so I'm very glad that they're able to attend with us tonight and receive this proclamation. So I'll go ahead and read this now. Whereas in 1970, Agora Crisis Center was founded by a group of University of New Mexico students and professors as one of the first crisis centers in the United States. And whereas Agora Crisis Center's mission is to provide free, confidential, compassionate help to anyone in need of emotional support. And whereas over 5,000 volunteers have served on Agora Crisis Center crisis line, and the center has served hundreds of thousands of callers. And whereas Agora Crisis Center provides emotional support to community members in need or in crisis, including crisis intervention, homelessness assistance, domestic or sexual violence support, LGBTQ support, and support for veterans, immigrants, and senior citizens. And whereas Agora Crisis Center is available for those who need support and would like to talk about their problems or to navigate difficult times, whether in crisis or not, confidentially to a compassionate individual who does not pass judgment. And whereas Agora Crisis Center is part of the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline Network on both phones and chat, helping those in crisis across the country. And whereas Agora Crisis Center staff provides, the staff provide training for organizations, including but not limited to crisis intervention, listening skills, and suicide awareness and intervention. And whereas in November of 2019, Agora Crisis Center, in partnership with the City of Albuquerque, began offering the Homeless Assistance Line, which is 768-HELP, to help those who are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless to find supportive services within the city. And whereas Agora staff and volunteers have directly connected people in need with appropriate agencies for emergency, shelter, healthcare, police protection, and nutrition. And whereas Agora Crisis Center is celebrating their 50 years of helping all people throughout Albuquerque, City Council of the City of Albuquerque are celebrating this with them. Let me just say a couple of things before we turn it over to Molly, who is their fearless leader and a very capable manager over there. We did work on this last year and got the ball rolling in and about October, November. I guess it says November here. It must be true. This has really become a real asset to our communities. And this has been shown to us over and over again. And I'm just so very grateful that Agora is a part of our community here in Albuquerque, whether we're talking about the homeless helpline or anything else. They have 50 years of very notable service to not only youth and students, but people from all walks of life. So happy birthday, Miss Brack.
Thank you.
Everybody at Agora. So I know two names, Alex Tibble and Alex.
Alex is there, Kyle Doherty and Riley Hughes. I can't see if it is Alyssa with us. Alyssa Jaramillo is also on.
Alyssa's here as well. We're just trying to maintain some decent social distancing.
Well, thanks for being here. Molly, would you like to say a few things about Agora?
I always like to talk about Agora. So thank you so much for this proclamation. We're very honored, and we've been so happy to be partnering with the city this year on the Homeless Assistance Line. For those of you that may not know much about Agora, we are one of the oldest crisis centers in the country. We were founded at UNM in response to the suicide death of a freshman at UNM in 1970. And there are, to my knowledge, there are only a handful of crisis centers that are older than Agora. So we've been here in Albuquerque for 15 years, and our mission is to provide free, confidential, compassionate help to anyone in need of emotional support. So our services include the phone line, online emotional support. We're part of the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline Network. We do a lot of training in the community around suicide awareness and intervention. And the thing that I always have to bring up and brag about is that Agora has about 150 volunteers. And those are largely UNM students, but we do take volunteers from all over the community. And I think it's amazing that there are that many people in the community in Albuquerque who want to go through a 40-hour training and then come in every week and sit a shift on the phones to help strangers who are in distress. And I think that says something incredible about the people in our community here in Albuquerque. So thank you so much for this recognition, and we're happy to be partnering with the city.
Thank you. Thanks, Molly. And thanks to everybody over there at the Crisis Center for all the work that you do. And we will get you this copy as soon as we can get signatures on it.
All right, great. Thank you so much. And I have to give a big shout out to my staff because I'm working at home and they are holding down the fort and doing a wonderful job of it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, folks. Thanks, Molly, and all your team. Like that 768 helpline has been a huge success, and all due to the work that Councilor Gibson and your team has done. So thanks everybody for that. And thanks to everybody from the office for holding down the fort.
Yes.
Councilor Benton, I believe you have a proclamation, sir. Would you introduce your guest and go ahead?
I do. I have a proclamation recognizing my old friend Alan Cooper. And we have 3 people who are going to speak on behalf after we read the proclamation, and I think a short video by the presenters as well. So those folks are Peter Clark, Norman Patrick Brown, and Bob Anderson. And I'll give Julian a moment to let them into the room, or however.
I think they're all here.
Whatever the procedure is. Okay, thanks. So I will read the proclamation, and then we will we'll hear from the other folks. Whereas Alan Fairfax Cooper was born on August 10th, 1938 in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where he was raised, and has dedicated his life to the movement for civil rights and participated in many of the most significant events in U.S. civil rights history. And whereas Alan Cooper served in the United States Navy in the 1950s during the Cold War, an experience that spurred him to become a lifelong anti-war activist. He supported other veterans by serving on the GI Rights Hotline and was fired from teaching at Highland High School after 9/11 because he refused to take down artwork drawn by a student refugee from Afghanistan that said no war. And whereas Alan Cooper demonstrated his commitment to social justice in the 1960s by marching and committing civil disobedience in the Southern Freedom Movement as a member of CORE, the Congress of Racial Equality, and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and was seriously injured by the KKK while registering African Americans to vote in Mississippi and Georgia. And whereas Alan Cooper supported the Black Panther Party for self-defense by conducting weapons training for members in Oakland, and helped the United Farm Workers expose unfair labor practices while working undercover at a winery in California. And whereas Alan Cooper answered the call for people to support the American Indian movement at Wounded Knee in 1973, acquiring a special nickname from its leader, Russell Means, and has shown up in solidarity with Native American demands for justice and equality from Big Mountain to Standing Rock. And whereas Alan Cooper used his local community media platform for decades as host of Espejos de Atlan on KUNM and the New Mexico Indie Media Show on Public Access TV Channel 27 to inform the community about a broad range of social justice issues, including the United States government-funded injustice in Central America and Palestine, environmental threats such as the waste isolation pilot plant, and the jet fuel spill at Kirtland Air Force Base, the unsolved murders of women whose remains were found on the West Mesa, and all peoples oppressed by colonialization, imperialism, and capitalism. And whereas the University of New Mexico Center for Southwest Research has created the Alan Cooper Papers Archive because of his extensive involvement in civil rights history, and a memoir about his life of activism is forthcoming. And whereas Alan Cooper has stood up and cried out for justice, believing that until all of us are free, none are free. And were it not for recent health challenges, that Alan Cooper would be in the street shoulder to shoulder with activists calling out that Black Lives Matter and to defund police and move those funds to community needs. And whereas community leaders now seek to honor this fearless and courageous Albuquerque resident who has given his heart and soul to the movement, in spite of institutional harassment and surveillance from all levels of government, imprisonment, loss of jobs, and other failed attempts to silence him. Therefore, be it proclaimed that the council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, hereby recognizes, and this is Alan's birthday, August 10th, this a week from today, 2020, as Alan Cooper Day in Albuquerque. And I'll just say quickly, Alan is a longstanding friend of mine. They mentioned the opposition to the nuclear waste dump in Carlsbad, and that's how I met him. But we've been friends for many years, and he's a fine person. So let's hear from the other speakers. Julian, if you'll call them, and I think you've got those names.
Yeah, we have Mr. Peter Clark, Mr. Norman Brown, and Mr. Bob Anderson. Feel free to unmute yourselves and share a few words. And then whenever you want me to start the video, I can start the video.
Bob, would you go first?
Okay. My internet connection is a little unstable here, but thanks. I want to thank City Council for this honor for Alan, because he's such a honorable person and deserves this. I met Al back about 50 years ago here when we had a Vietnam Veterans Against the War chapter going, and we took up the struggle around Larry Casus for justice, and then later we marched in Wounded Knee, and were there for the whole occupation. And Al was a key movement member of that. I've known Al in so many struggles that and the thing that impressed me about Al is he's like on a first name basis, or has been, with the folks that are still with us, with people like Russell Means, John Lewis, Dennis Banks, even Joan Bias for a little bit when we were in Crawford, Texas at the encampment over there. Al has just been everywhere, and he's always stood out and fought for justice and equality for people, and trying to bring about a new world. He was at Standing Rock just recently. In the last few years, he was there. And Al always loved his son Malcolm and did everything for him, and always mentioned him and tried to bring about peace so that Malcolm could grow up in a much better world. I know Al would just be honored to know that there's so many new young people out in the streets and struggle today. And it's a part of the tradition that people like him, who have walked among us, and he's walked with great leaders himself, would bring to it. And it's just due to him we have some of the things that we have today. So I'm really proud of this proclamation that's being raised there and given by the City Council. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
And thanks, Bob. And I'll go ahead and keep it brief. My name is Peter Clark. My family and I moved here in 2005, and I pretty quickly met Alan Cooper, who became a dear friend. Although all of us who know Alan know he's all heart, and took things very seriously, and very empathetic and sympathetic and compassionate person. And he is he's one of the kindest person I ever have met, and honored to know him. I'm happy that Councilor Benton and the proclamation mentioned the West Mesa murders. When I first met Alan, that was how he started every show that he had on public access, bringing up that those horrible instances and criticizing the way the media characterize the victims of those murders, which is very important. In 2016, I've always, last 15 years, I've worked for Leonard Peltier's Freedom, and in that effort, Alan in 2016 gave me permission to drop his name with John Lewis. So I got to go to DC to meet with John Lewis with members from Amnesty International to talk about freedom for Peltier, and that was really a moving moment when I got to mention Alan's name to John Lewis, and I could see the glint in his eye, and recounted that Alan broke into the room where SNCC was having a meeting, and John Lewis and others, and told everybody that Kennedy had just been shot. And Alan told the story in such a way that it was actually funny. 2016, my wife, Barbara, got to travel to Standing Rock for the time that Alan spent there. And she could see that it was uplifting to him and rejuvenating to him, and also concerning to him, people's welfare and well-being. And on their way home, they traveled through Pine Ridge, where he got to visit with a lot of old friends. And one instance that really sticks out with me was Alan was, they were at the Wounded Knee Cemetery visiting some friends there who were killed in action. And a young boy was selling crafts there. Asked my wife, you know, who's that? Who's that old guy over there? She said, that's Alan Cooper. And then she used the name that Russell Means gave him, which was Honky Killer. And the young boy's eyes just got big and said, that's Alan Cooper. So his legacy lives on as he does, and I hope he's watching this where he is. And hello, Alan, we love you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you. And Councilor Gibson, or excuse me, Councilor Benton, I think you have one more guest, and then we have a brief video. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Brown, are you with us? Is that you? I'll ask you to take yourself off mute if you can on your side, Mr. Brown, on the iPad.
Yeah, I'm really honored to be here. I've met Alan when I was 16 years old in 1976 in South Dakota at a Lakota Sundance ceremony. We went in the sweat lodge and got to know him over the years. He came out to Big Mountain when the communities were facing forced relocation. And subsequently over the years, I've seen him at different indigenous actions and different gatherings here over the years. I just wanted to read something that I wrote, and it's kind of really emotional for me. He's such an incredible man. You know, he was the ultimate ally. Long before today's conversation of what allies are and should be, his life is the epitome, an example of that sacred indigenous word, ally, friend. Sacred because when one gives his life willingly for the benefit of those less fortunate, and that no matter what nationality, religion, culture, or language one is, or speaks or believes, a true ally recognizes that protecting and defending that life or ideal is a sacred act. He lived a life of selfishness that showed his deep love for humanity, equality, fairness, and peace and justice. Acting like an ally is different than being an ally, because when one lives a life fearlessly for others and gives his life for another, no matter what the cost or hardship one volunteers for, one becomes a true ally, friend, and relative. Alan Cooper is that special ally, that friend, that good brother, protector and mentor to many people of color. In these trying times, these difficult times, we people of color need more true allies who are willing to stand with us, protect us, defend us, and even sometimes willing to die with us. But most importantly, becoming a part of us. Much like how Alan Cooper was adopted into many African-American indigenous clans and families, tribes and Chicano families. When we accept each other as family, peace and justice will always exist. Alan taught us this and lived this value. Yes, he was a good father to his son Malcolm, always speaking of being proud of his son. And he was a true ally who lived his sacredness for others to live in peace and equality. I'd like to thank you, Alan. You've been such a good friend, a good brother. And my elders from the Big Mountain community were deeply honored when you came. He came with a weapon and said, I'm here, brothers. I'm here for you. I'm here for the people. I'm here for the elders in this land. And he spent some time with us there, and he was always there for us. And that's a true example of what an ally is. And if you're listening, Alan, our Indigenous people love you. Thank you for all you've done for us. Love you, brother.
Thank you. Thank you, Norm. If we could, we have a short video. I think it's just a couple minutes long. So if you could run that, Julian, we appreciate it. So looks like this is Alan's show on from Channel 27.
Can't hear it.
Mr. Moyer is working on the sound for that, so we'll give it just a second and see if we can do that. And worst case, if not, we'll move forward with the presentation and we'll come back and make that available at another time. But let's give him just a second.
See. Okay, let's see. But the volume's loud. I don't know. Nothing.
Mr. President, sorry for that this isn't working, but we will, as President Davis said, make this available for people who want to see it after the meeting. But as you can see, that was Alan's show on Indie Media, Government Channel 27. I appeared on there a couple times with him, I think. But I can't say more. I mean, I have so many stories of Alan over the years, but he's being well cared for. He's in a Veterans Administration convalescent facility in PRC. So anybody who's concerned about his well-being, I think he's being very well cared for. I want to just point that out to those.
Thank you, Councilor Benton, for arranging this, and Pat Davis, President Council.
And thanks everyone who presented, and we'll make sure the video is available to the public in the future.
Councilor Benton, Mr. Moya was trying to work through those technical pieces, but he just suggested that he'll make a permanent post on your webpage that'll include the video and the language from the proclamation so that folks can reference that and share it if that'd be okay. I think that's a great way to do it, if that's okay with you.
Sure, so folks can access that going to cabq.gov and council and to my webpage, and we'll have that posted. But he spent a lot of time on that community access, did a lot of good work. So.
Yes. Yeah.
Just a small part of all the things he did. And I was really impressed, and it was timely after Congressman Lewis's passing to know that indeed Alan knew him as well. So thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. thanks, Bob and Mr. Brown and Mr. Clark. Bob, it's really good to see you again. We need to catch up on some other things as well. So, but thank you all for doing this, and thank you, Councilor Benton, for bringing it. We have a lot of amazing people in our community, but a few of them have made a really big impression on a lot of people in the world and have made the world a better place. So thank you for remembering that. And we ought to do more of it while more of these folks are with us still so that they can appreciate it as well. So thanks for doing that. Next up, and so as Mr. Moya is going to take those proclamations guests out of the room, you're welcome to join us. For those of you following along, I apologize that we were a little distracted here in the office working through some technical issues. So for folks that were following on GovTV online, may have had some interruptions, but we've tweeted out the links both to the GovTV, Comcast, and the YouTube links. So we're going to continue. And of course, our meetings are always recorded so that anyone can watch and review that going forward. I see a number of guests jumping in that I recognize from our friends at the county, including Madam County Manager and Miss Miera, and I'm sure there are others that I can't see. But we have a presentation from our Complete Count Committee. And so we will ask you all to jump in, and whoever's going to take this for us, jump in. I think you have a presentation to share, update on our census counts. James, is that you? Are you going to lead us through this today? And if so, take yourself off mute and jump right.
Council President, this is Vicente. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hey, good to see you on that line.
Good to see you again. I'm going to go ahead and kick it off, and then we'll move on with the presentation. Thank you very much. So, Council President Davis, council members, my name is Vicente Quevedo. I'm the Deputy Director for the city's Office of Equity and Inclusion, and I also serve as the city's 2020 Census Committee Liaison. We do appreciate the opportunity to present to you this evening regarding outreach efforts for the census. I'm joined tonight, as you mentioned, or today by County Manager Julie Morges-Baca, Bernalillo County Special Projects Manager Bernadette Miera, and Committee Co-Chair James Poviwa this evening. The City of Albuquerque Bernalillo County 2020 Census Complete Count Committee is currently in its final phase of 2020 census outreach. Now, that was originally scheduled to end at the end of October, but we did receive an update that there's an attempt to shorten that time frame, which would be detrimental to the count. So we're monitoring that situation. One of the key tasks that the committee's undertaken is to focus on increasing census response rates in hard-to-count communities and neighborhoods throughout the city of Albuquerque and Bernalillo County, trying to increase the numbers from the last decennial census in 2010. Want to run through some brief current stats for census 2020 response rates. The national response rate is currently at 62.8%. The state of New Mexico is currently sitting at 52.7 as a whole. Bernalillo County is currently at 65.4% response rate, and the city of Albuquerque is currently at 66.4%. So the additional time would be very helpful to increase those numbers, but we're doing everything we can to do that. What I'm going to go ahead and do now is turn it over to Bernalillo County Manager Morges-Baca to say a few words, and that will be followed by James Poviwa, who will provide some more details regarding the committee's work, and then we can do a Q&A. And as you mentioned, Bernadette Miera is also with us to assist with that. So thank you very much.
Madam County Manager, welcome. Julie, we might have to take you off mute on your side, I think.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and councilors. Thank you so much for having us. First of all, I just want to thank the city for their partnership. It's always good when the city and county are doing good things together. I also want to give a special thanks to the state of New Mexico for funding this initiative, almost $1.2 million. And so the special thanks to them, our governor. I want to thank also I believe it was like 19 groups that were funded to help us get the word out on this very, very important initiative. So I want to thank them for all their hard work. Vicente, thank you so much. And want to give a special shout out to Bernadette Miera. She is leading this initiative for Bernalillo County. So thank you all very much for having us here and for the opportunity to serve you.
Thank you, ma'am. James, do you want to take us through a presentation? Is that what I understand?
Counselor, I appreciate it. I've had a little technical difficulty, but I think I'm going to be able to share our PowerPoint right now. If you give me one moment.
Of course. And we can see your screen there. There we go.
Great. So I probably will not be able to see you all especially well while I go through this. One moment. These are the national and New Mexico and county and city stats that Vicente reviewed. So just in case you were, those went a little bit quickly, here they are, 62.8% nationally, and then at the county level, 65.4%, and then our city is at 66.4%. I am James Hoviwan, and I'm Policy Director for the Center for Civic Policy. I'm the co-chair of the Complete Count Committee for the city and the county, and our chairperson is Catherine McGill, who is the founder and director of the New Mexico Black Leadership Council. As the county manager mentioned, here are the organizations who we are funding directly. I won't go through each one of them directly right now, but we will make this PowerPoint available to you all after the meeting. I think it's important to recognize what's at stake in the 2020 census. Currently, New Mexico receives $7.8 billion in annual federal assistance on a per capita basis. $4 billion per year is used for Medicaid alone. New Mexico loses $3,700 for every uncounted person. A 1% undercount for New Mexicans could result in $780 million loss of funds over a 10-year period. An undercount also equals cuts to programs like Medicaid, CHIP, SNAP, public housing, school, lunch programs, early education, and transportation, all services that all New Mexicans use. This decennial census is also what the decennial redistricting process is based off of, and thus directly impacts representation for the next 10 years. There are challenges that we've all been contending with for the last 2 years. Those challenges include the 2000 census as precedents. New Mexico had a nearly 2% undercount. In 2010, New Mexico ranked 49th for the self-response rates. Only 73% of all households in New Mexico have reliable broadband access, and the primary response mechanism for this year's census is online. Further, there is a history of high levels of mistrust towards the federal government from Native American and Hispanic communities in the state. Last year, the Trump administration's order to the US Census to collect citizenship data through administrative records raised major concerns as to how this could negatively impact the response rate, particularly, again, for Hispanic and immigrant populations. The latest iteration of this challenge includes the Trump administration's executive order to exclude immigrants from the redistricting process. I'm nearly through our presentation, Counselor. We add on the challenges of COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated challenges that our state is already facing, with the US Census Bureau suspending their field operation and update leave areas. This significantly impacted New Mexico's self-response efforts. Field plans that were based off of outreach throughout the summer in various parts of the city during large public events and during door-to-door canvassing events or activities had to be revised. Our community-based organization partners redesigned their programs to be primarily phone, SMS texting, and social media-based operations. Here is just a snapshot of the activities that the Complete Count Committee has been engaging. I think it's important for us to recognize that the funding for all of this work came from advocacy that the Center for Civic Policy and other partners advocated for in 2019 and 2020. We advocated for $11.5 million in state appropriations for census outreach to reach hard-to-count communities. And that funding has been provided to counties to administer. And all the funding that our community-based organizations and the outreach that the county and the city is conducting right now is based off of that funding. The Albuquerque Bernalillo County City County Complete Count Committee was established. And now we have the ongoing activities of our Complete Count Committee and partnered community-based organizations. Those activities, which have been going on from the beginning of this year and continue through, depending on current events, either the end of October or the end of September, include targeted phone banking, SMS texting and social media outreach, direct mailings, a broad church-based outreach, literature drops, partnerships with small businesses to disseminate flyers in multiple languages, radio interviews and featured stories, partnerships with the public schools here in Albuquerque for family outreach, including Kids Backpack giveaway in August, and many other activities. So with that, thank you so much for all of the support. It has been a pleasure and an honor to serve with the city and the county on this initiative. We're very excited to ensuring that we have a complete count for all of the residents in our city and our county to ensure that we're all represented well and that we have the funding that we deserve. We are open for questions. I know that Bernadette and county manager are here for any questions that you may have.
That's great. Thank you so much for making time to do that. I think it's important. And as we see those numbers about participation, it's good that the city of Albuquerque and Bernalillo County are a little ahead of the state, but clearly shows us we have a long way to go with at least a third of our population in the county that's still not counted. And that's a lot of money. So, and a lot of loss for those voices that need to be included in this process. So thank you all for doing that. Counselors, we'll use this chance as a chance to test out our functions for our discussions for later. As always, we'll ask you to use the raise the hand function. And I see that Counselors Gibson and Borrego are first up to do that. And so taking in order, Counselor Gibson, you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a question regarding people who are residing in long-term care facilities, maybe group homes, maybe I'm trying to think of some other, long-term hospital stays, things like that. Do those places have anyone in-house who are assisting with this, I hope?
I'm not sure who to send that to, if that's James or Miss or Bernadette, whoever wants to jump in.
I'll go ahead and jump in on that. Thank you, President Davis, council members. It's been particularly difficult in reaching these kinds of facilities because of COVID. Everything has been shut down. We are not allowed in whatsoever. We've asked folks to do posters and send out flyers. We've also worked with City of Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, Senior Affairs, and gave out flyers through Meals on Wheels, which a lot of those facilities do get already. So right now, it's just been particularly difficult to do that since COVID. So that's our hardest kind of population that we're trying to reach are the group homes and other senior facilities. So any suggestions are most welcome because we put that out every time on how we can move forward. We are geo-fencing the different areas within the city and the county, and particularly we have done group homes and apartments, and anybody that is knowledgeable in terms of technology and has that capacity will get those messages. So we're hoping that can happen. We had planned on having assistance centers, but that got thrown out the door as well because of COVID. So that's why it's become so difficult.
So I will be zero help with technology. However, I do have some background as a volunteer ombudsman, working with long-term care facilities, skilled nursing facilities, and the like. And they have to have a an activities person. They have to have a social worker on staff, and usually things like this fall to them. So
And we have reached out and the appropriate people and provided materials. So all we can hope is that they have provided those and provided some direction. It becomes difficult in terms of technology, and those folks that aren't apt at with computer skills to be able to get on and fill out the census. So once they do the group quarters, which just took place, I believe, we'll know more in terms of how that's targeted by the Federal Census Bureau workers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Borrego.
Let's see how this works, Councilor Davis. Thank you. I've been challenged today in City Hall to have some technical difficulties. Councilor Benton and I had the honor of sponsoring this bill. And I think it was about a year and a half ago, when I was at the National League of Cities conference in Washington, there was a lot of concern about how the count was going to take place. And of course, we didn't have COVID back then. But, that's a challenge within itself. And then throw COVID on top of that, it becomes even a bigger challenge. And I just want to thank all of the people who've been involved since the inception of this project, because this and the county for their cooperation, and Bernadette Miera specifically, because she is an outstanding person for the organizing. I think it's still going to be a big challenge, as Councilor Gibson indicated, especially in those areas where we have, elderly populations or just challenging areas. So I just want to applaud everyone for their diligence, and if, just throw it out there if there's, and I'm sure Councilor Benton would second this, if there's any help that they need in addition to what we've already provided, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor, and a great transition right to Councilor Benton, who's next. And
Yeah,
Councilor,
just
reminder, if
quickly-
you have other follow-ups, use your raise your hand the function. Otherwise, Councilor Benton will have the last question.
Yeah, just thanks again, Councilor Borrego. She was immediately interested in this when we were putting it together, and thanks also to Bernadette Miera and Ms. Baga. The county has been a great partner on this. But to keep in mind also, not only all these federal dollars we're talking about, but a fair apportionment in redistricting, which is going to be coming up, and really looking at that, having accurate data for that is critical. So, and these are tough times. There are tough times all over the country, I'm sure, with my friends who work on the census this year, kind of pulling their hair out and hoping for the best and trying their hardest. But anyone who's watching, as was stated, please contact the Complete Count Committee if you know of any kind of congregate living facility, if you know of folks who are not being reached or are likely not to be reached. So just wanted to put that shit out there, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. And thanks particularly to Councilors Benton and Borrego, who really on the city side stepped up with the administration to be sure the city was ready and that we could be a good partner with the county. So maybe I'll close. Madam Manager, you've been patiently waiting with us, and thanks. I want to give you a chance to close here, but I see Councilor Sena has jumped in with a question, and then I'll go to County Manager Baca to maybe close. Councilor Sena from the west side. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Council President. I suppose this question would be to Vicente, because I know, as the presentation was stating about how difficult it is in reaching out a lot of our communities. But just so that the public is aware, what is the process currently for those that have language access barriers to complete the census? And I saw that some of your partners, being New Mexico Asian Family Center and a few other amazing groups, can you kind of go through that process as to, for those that have language access difficulties, how they can still participate?
Yes, Council President Davis, Councilor Sena, thank you for that question. That has been a challenge. Luckily, the Census Bureau itself does offer some resources in that capacity, first of all. The form is available in, I think, over 100 languages, and there's also a translation line that people can call to actually respond to the census over the phone with an interpreter. So that's the first level. In terms of the work that the committee's done, we were very intentional in contracting with community-based organizations that had connections within communities with different language, potential language access barriers, if everything was just to be done in English, for example. So as you mentioned, and that list that James shared on the screen, which we will make available, those organizations have a lot of connections there. And then additionally, our office, the Office of Equity and Inclusion, has interpretation services available, and we've just looked at all kinds of different strategies. And so I think the main thing would be leveraging all of those layers and sets of things. And then when we get contacted from somebody who's having an issue, I received a call from somebody, for example, and this was more of an access issue, but that was blind and was trying to figure out how to respond to the census because she wasn't able to do that over the internet, for example, that easily. So we were able to connect her with the right phone number with the Bureau so she could respond over the phone and be counted. So it really does help to have that partnership, as was mentioned, with the city and the county. And I do want to also echo the fact that Bernadette Miera has been awesome. She's our rock. We call her our rock. So I want to make sure that she gets all the credit she deserves. So, but yes, so it's multiple layers, and the committee broadening its reach into the community and doing quality community engagement work. That's how we've been able to address that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Last but not least, Madam Manager Julie Morgenspaka, thanks so much for being our partner on this and really for the county taking the lead. Anything else or closing words here before we conclude this portion of our agenda?
Mr. President and councilors, I just want to again thank you for the opportunity, and to please let us know if you have any ideas or suggestions on how we can do better. But we know how important it is for everyone to be counted, and so we recognize that, we realize that, and we'll do everything that we can. And thank you so much again.
Thank you, ma'am. And we also want to recognize the city staff that's been a part of this process, especially our Office of Equity and Inclusion, that have really worked to ensure that this is that census completion is a component of all of our work. In the middle of all the other things we're doing, as we heard from Bernadette, I think the idea of just including census information with our Meals on Wheels program from Senior Affairs, which we've expanded, now done almost over 200,000 meals for seniors. As a way to get to those hard to reach places, I think there's a lot of creative work. So thank you all for doing that. Again, thank you to Councilors Benton and Borrego for sponsoring this and getting this started last year. Let's remind everybody that we are not done, and we still have one of every three of your neighbors still needs to be counted in order to be sure that all our voices are represented. So thank you all for this. We'll look forward to hearing another update, perhaps a few months down the road as we get closer, and let us know what we can do in the meantime. Thanks all.
Thank you.
So as Mr. Moya moves those folks and those guests out of the meeting, just another housekeeping note. For those of you who are following along on GovTV online, you might have noticed that we had a brief interruption tonight. We don't expect that to happen again. But in the event that we do, you can always watch, as I noted earlier, on GovTV, Comcast 16, and on the YouTube link. We've provided that in our agenda, tweeted it a couple of times from the City Council tonight as well. For those of you that are connected there. So there are a number of ways you can stay in touch with us. And if you're worried about losing a connection, be sure you find one of those other ones available as well. And so, but all of those options are back up so everybody can join us, and we don't anticipate any other problems. Next up tonight, we have no economic development discussions. We move into the administration question and answer period. No counselors submitted any questions ahead of time, but counselors, if you have any questions, now would be the time. I see Mr. Real, who might be solo because I can only see one head in there, but who's going to take your questions tonight. Counselors going once, going twice. And sold. Mr. Real, you're off the hook for a minute. We'll catch you on a few bills down the road. Thank you, sir. Counselor Gibson, Madam Vice President on the journal.
Mr. President, I move approval of the June 29th journal.
Counselors, as a reminder, we'll use our show the hand, raise your hand button as a second. Counselor Bassan is always quick on that as we count on her to be, and she's our second. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll get started. As part of our rules for COVID compliant meetings, we ask our clerk, Ms. Ortega, to call the roll for each of our votes. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris. Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Got you. Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, counselors. That was fairly painless. Communications and introductions. I know we have a number of changes to the proposed changes to the letter of introduction tonight, and so I'm just going to take them in the order in which they were presented to the clerk. Counselor Sena and Gibson on R77.
Go ahead.
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
President.
Counselor
That the
Borrego.
rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R77 on today's agenda for final action. R77 is amending appropriations for the Coronavirus Support and Recovery Program.
Counselor Gibson, I see you as a second for that. Counselors, any discussion? Seeing none, as a reminder, we need 2/3 of the counselors present to approve the suspension of the rules for placing R77 on tonight's agenda. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yeah.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, counselors. Next up, Counselors Borrego and Gibson, R78.
I'll move that if you'd like. If you like, Counselor Gibson, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R78 on tonight's agenda for final action. R78 is approving fiscal year 2021 appropriations to provide for outdoor dining and outdoor retail grants to local businesses during the public health emergency.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And I see Counselor Gibson, I believe, is the second for that. Counselors, any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, for 2/3 of the counselors required to approve.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, counselors. Counselor Pena, R80.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R80 on today's agenda for final action. R80 is establishing a community-based process to find solutions for La Nada installation.
Is that Counselor Jones? Is that a second or a question? It's a second. Okay. Counselor Jones seconds. Counselors, other discussion on this item? Counselor Borrego, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if the sponsors would consider a deferral on this so that we could have some more discussion about exactly what it is. I had some phone calls from some Hispanic leaders that didn't even know it was on tonight's agenda for final action. So I would just throw that out as a possibility.
Mr. President?
Counselor Pena, go ahead.
Well, Councilor Borrego, I'm trying to move it as quickly as possible. I think we need to kind of find a solution for this, and we have already started a process of creating community leaders. So if it doesn't get the 2/3 vote, it'll obviously go to another meeting either way.
Thank you, Councilor Pena, for clarifying, and that's right.
Mr. President, and I'm sorry to interrupt. I just like for there to be a little more discussion about what exactly this bill entails.
Mr. President?
Councilor Pena, go ahead.
So, Councilor Borrego, actually, right now, this is just to get it on the agenda. We can have that discussion during the bill process. But, you know, I don't know if all the councilors want to hear discussion on it right now. No, I'm hearing no.
I don't believe discussion would be germane at this point. It's only the matter of the suspending the rules to put it on the agenda.
Correct.
And I see Councilor Gibson has a question. Let me just say, I agree. The administration has started a public input process that doesn't, that is several months long by the time there's some input. I'm not sure I see the need to do this as immediate action. I think it would be to go through a process to have more public input on the process or understand whether the council has a role here at all or not. And so I'm inclined to vote no, if only because I think we can go through regular order for this. But I'm open to hearing other discussion. I see Councilor Gibson, and of course I recognize the sponsor anytime she wants to respond. But Councilor Gibson, quickly, or not quickly, but Councilor quickly, we will go to Councilor Gibson for her comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a point of order here. In order to discuss the bill, we need to have it, you know, we need to make a decision whether or not we want to discuss the bill. And that's what the motion is. So I'll leave it to you to move us along here, Mr. President.
Yeah, agreed. And just as a reminder, if the votes, if 2/3 of councilors don't agree to hear this tonight as immediate action, it will go to the Finance and Government Operations Committee, which is scheduled to meet next week. And so it will be presumably in committee, and if passed, there will be back to us on the 17th. So other comments or discussion on the motion to suspend the rules for immediate action? Seeing none, I'll ask Ms. Ortega to call the roll.
Counselor Bassan.
No.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
No.
Counselor Gibson.
I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you. Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
No.
That passes on a 6-3 vote for immediate action to place it on tonight.
Thank you, councilors. That item will be considered in our agenda later this evening. Councilor Pena, you also have R85.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R85 on today's agenda for final action. R85 is supplementing priorities for the capital implementation program of the city of Albuquerque by implementing a racial equality criterion to be used in the development of the plan. And again, this calls for 2/3 to have the discussion. I know Councilor Benton had suggested this in the past. I think this really kind of just puts it in the books and solidifies it moving forward. So.
Thank you, Councilor Pena. I believe I see Councilor Sena as a second. Yep. Thank you for that clarification. And so I see Councilor Benton and Councilor Borrego for discussion, or was Councilor Benton, is that for second or discussion?
For discussion. Thank you, Mr. President. And Councilor Pena is correct that in the bill that I sponsor, the amendment that I sponsored in 17 of the CAP is referenced in her bill, and I'm certainly interested in it. I think this is pretty momentous legislation, and for that reason, I can't support it being heard tonight. But I did want to ask procedurally what committee. I would assume this would go to FGO if it's not heard tonight. Is that correct?
Thanks, Councilor Benton. I had referred it to the Committee of the Whole because it would be part of our budget process. And since the CIP would not come to the council until early of 21, it seemed like Committee of the Whole was best suited for this. And then we went back and looked, and Committee of the Whole is where the resolution in 2017 was debated. And so it seemed consistent with our prior practice in this area. But I'm open to other ideas, and the rules would allow us to change that if the council so chose.
Mr. President, as I stated, you know, in principle, I'm very interested in this topic. but I do think it's fairly complex what sort of procedure would be put in place to implement this. And that would be my reluctance to support immediate action tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ben. I think I would agree because I do think it's important and needs a real vetting, but I think it could be momentous in the way we do it. Councilor Borrego for discussion on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question for the sponsor, I think this is a great idea, actually. But what I wanted to know is when the sponsor was looking to include this in this. Is this for the next cycle of the CIP process, or is this for next year? Or I wasn't clear on that.
It would be for the next cycle and moving forward in history. You know, I think this is part of, without having lots of discussion, I think this is part of the whole national movement right now about, you know, inequity in our communities and underserved communities. And this would actually set forth a policy that we really have to look at it from that lens moving forward.
Councilor Borrego, any follow-up?
Well, no, I think the CIP process has just begun. And that's why I'm asking that. I mean, I think it actually begins now in September. And so if we pass this tonight, then they would have to implement it in their cycle as they move forward. Am I correct in that?
Yes. Yes, Councilor Borrego, and that's the reason for the urgency, right? Because, you know, I think even when Councilor Benton proposed it in the past, it was during the time when the council was looking at the budget. And this, I think, really gives direction to the administration to look at the budget before it even comes to us and make those decisions via the departments, because usually what happens by the time it gets to us, we're kind of just, you know, all of us are kind of, you know, jockeying for our districts, which is important. And I think that really gives us a better opportunity to see the budget from the administration perspective on how it looks at equity. And then when it's given to us, we have that opportunity to make those adjustments as needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Seeing no other discussion, the motion on the floor is to suspend the rules to allow for immediate action on this item for tonight. Ms. Ortega, would you call the roll?
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
No.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson. Councilor Gibson.
No.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
No.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
No.
That motion for immediate action fails on a 5-4 vote. It requires 6.
Thank you, councilors. And so that item will be heard at the Committee of the Whole at its next regularly scheduled meeting. Councilor Benton, R87.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R87 on tonight's agenda for final action. R87 is directing the administration to expand the Active Streets Initiative established by R2059 in order to also facilitate safe, socially distanced outdoor commercial food and beverage service opportunities on certain streets during the present public health emergency.
Thank you. And I believe I have Councilor Borrego as the second for that. Councilors, any discussion? Seeing none, looks like, nope, that one's gone. Seeing none, Ms. Ortega for the roll on the motion.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Councilor Bassan, I believe you have the last one already.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing R88 and placing it on the August 17th council agenda for final action. R88 is calling for a stay of enforcement on the prohibition of mobile food trucks and mobile vending carts in the NRPOA zone.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. I see Councilor Jones is going to offer the second for this motion. Councilors, any discussion on the motion to place it on the August 17th agenda? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, councilors. Are there any other motions for changes to the letter of introduction? Seeing none, Councilor Gibson, you have a motion.
I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Thank you, Councilor Borrego, for the second. And Ms. Ortega, roll call.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena, Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Thank you, sorry. Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Thank you. Unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, councilors, for working through those. Reports of committees tonight. Councilor Senna, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Public Safety Committee met on Thursday, July 16th, 2020, and reports out the following items. In the matter of M3, that it be without recommendation as amended. In the matter of R65, that it do pass. I make a motion to accept the committee reports.
And do we have a second? Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Councilors, any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega to call the roll.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Thank you. 9-0.
Thank you, councilors. Moving on, deferrals and withdrawals. For folks following along at home, this is our last piece of administrative agenda working, and then we'll get into some actions for other items. Deferrals and withdrawals. Councilor Harris.
I think is that the updated building ordinance. I don't have my script with me. Sorry.
It's not. I think your motion, Councilor Harris, was to related to EC 436, this Tony Sanchez Drive right-of-way vacation, and I believe you are recommending that we suspend the rules for the purpose of preventing EC 436 from expiring and extending that expiration until November 2nd, and then deferring this matter until the October 5th meeting. Is that right?
That's exactly right, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank our clerk for that. Councilor Jones for the second. Seeing no discussion, we need a vote of 2/3 councilors to approve Councilor Harris's motion.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Thank you. 9-0.
Thank you. Moving from the southeast side to the southwest side, that Councilor Pena from the southwest area.
Thank you, Mr. President. R178 is amending the adopted CIP program from the city of Albuquerque by supplementing current appropriations for the Arenal Crestview Bluff open space acquisition. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of preventing R178 from expiring and extend its expiration to November 2nd and deferring this matter until September 9th.
You have a number of friends. I'll just take one out of the list. Councilor Benton is the first second I saw there, along with several others. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Councilor Pena, I assume you're going to do the next one as well. I think you and Councilor Benton are co-sponsors, but go ahead.
Yes, this is a committee sub R189, amending the composition of the Board of Housing Commissioners for the Albuquerque Housing Authority. I move deferral until August 17th.
Counselor Benton has seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Basan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
9-0. Thank you.
Counselor Benton, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is on R47, appropriating funds to implement the third phase of the transportation infrastructure tax and amending the capital implementation program of the city by approving the projects. I move deferral until August 17th.
Thank you, Counselor Borrego, for the second. Seeing no discussion on that item, Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Basan, Counselor Basan, sorry, I didn't get it.
Yes.
Thank you, sorry. Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
9-0. Thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Harris, I believe you had two deferral recommendations. Would you like me to read them into the record, or do you have?
I got them. That's R67, renaming the Fort Hills Park in Fort Hills Village, the Barces Mickelson Park, to honor Edwin Barces and Roger Mickelson, two Fort Hills leaders who earnestly championed the Fort Hills neighborhood in the city of Albuquerque. I'll move a deferral until October 5th.
Counselor Basan provides the second. And if there's no discussion, Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Basan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
9-0.
Counselor Harris, one more, M1.
Okay, and this is M1. This is urging the United States Congress to amend the National Trails System Act to designate the Route 66 National Historic Trail. I move deferral until October 5th.
Thank you, Counselor Benton, for seconding that item. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry, Counselor Pena, did you have a question, or are you offering a second? Counselor Basan, I believe, is asking a question. Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just curious why we keep deferring this. It seems like a great idea, and I just wonder what part of the rationale is.
Public comment.
Okay.
Just so people can be here.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Great. Counselors, any other discussion? I'm sorry, I cut that off early. Thanks, Counselor, for jumping in. Don't be afraid to just jump in and yell at me. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, take the roll for the item.
Counselor Basan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you all for working through that. Counselors, are there any other requests for deferrals? Seeing none, thank you. Our consent agenda tonight is blank. We don't have any consent items. For those of you watching to see where your appointment might be in the process, watch next week. I think we're going to have a lot of them coming to us, or in 2 weeks on the 17th. Next up would be general public comment. As we mentioned earlier, we take public comment currently by written comment, and those were provided by Mr. Moya to the counselors. And again, beginning at our next meeting on the 17th, we intend to put out a process to allow people to participate by Zoom or by phone to provide us public comment. And so watch for our agenda and those rules ahead of that meeting. Next up, we'll move into announcements. Counselors, if you have an announcement, we'll go ahead and let you get in queue here. I have Benton, Gibson, Jones, and Davis. And so we'll start with Counselor Benton. Your announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be a Rail Yards Advisory Board meeting on Wednesday, August 5th at 8:30 a.m. via Zoom video conference. And Mr. President, we did miss our last regularly scheduled, we have 3 meetings a year of the Rail Yards Advisory Board. And we did miss that after the pandemic took off. So we'll have a lot of good updates on what's going on at the rail yards.
Thank you, sir. Madam Vice.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee meeting on Monday, August 10th at 5 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Thank you, ma'am. Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be a Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on Wednesday, August 12th at 5 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Thank you, ma'am. And there will be an Internal Operations Committee meeting on Wednesday, August the 5th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference. Next in our agenda is public hearings. We have two items tonight on the agenda for appeals, but they're both related, and so we'll be taking them in discussion. But before we do that, we have two counselors who need to make an announcement, and I will start with Counselor Sena.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because I believe in a fair judicial process and the integrity of the decisions that are designated before council, I will be recusing myself, and I have recused myself in the matters of the pool property decision because of my prior involvement as a neighborhood leader signing on to the appeals. And because of that, I will be recusing myself from that decision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Counselor Sena. The record will reflect that you've recused yourself from these matters. Counselor Borrego, I believe you have an announcement. Yep. That's okay. Counselor Borrego is going to join us here live. Counselor, go ahead.
Thank you, Counselor. Let me pull this up. I'm having some technical difficulties with my connection. So I have a statement. Let's see if I can do this. Sorry about that. In addition to my role as City Councilor, District 5, I also serve as the director of the AMAFCA board and representing a large swath of Albuquerque's west side, which includes District 5, Counselor Sena's district and Counselor Pena's district. This appeal in part deals with lands that are subject to an AMAFCA easement and its use for dedication as open space. Without taking a position on the use of that easement for open space as part of this appeal, after discussions with the AMAFCA engineering and legal staff and the City Council staff attorney, I've determined that I should recuse myself from this vote to avoid any potential conflicts between my dual roles. Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Counselor Borrego. And so the record will reflect that Counselor Borrego has recused herself from these matters. And in so just a minute, I'll ask Mr. Moya, the moderator, to take both of those counselors out of our discussion here, place them back in the waiting room, and they'll be welcomed back at the conclusion of these pieces. And so, thank you, ma'am. The first item up tonight, and I'm going to introduce them both and then ask Mr. Melendrez to give us a summary of each. The first item up tonight is AC 20-4, which is Thomas Gully, who appeals the decision of the EPC. And next is AC 20-5 with this Hess Yentema and the Yentema Law Firm, agent for the Taylor Ranch Neighborhood Association and others, who appeals the Environmental Planning Commission. Mr. Melendrez, will you explain these appeals and also just remind us the rules relating to counselors' ability to engage or read or participate with public comment relating to these items?
Thank you, Mr. President, counselors. These matters are not general legislative business as usual before the City Council, and that's largely the reason why we saw two recusals just now before starting these items. The City Council's decision has to be limited to the material that is in the record. There's a formal process through which information comes into that record in the form of hearings. These are all the legal requirements related to the City Council's review of these matters. The City Council sits in judgment of this type of appeal, not as a legislator, but more as a judge, more like a decision maker would make a decision in a court based on evidence, rules, and specific findings. For that reason, we did get some comment in our public comment that came in through the email system in advance of the meeting. When we get that type of information for this type of appeal, it is collected and made part of the record, but separate from the material that is presented to the City Council because it did not come in through the appropriate formal process. So the council is generally prohibited from having ex parte contacts with people about these type of appeals in advance of their decision making on them. With that, I'll give a brief overview of these matters. AC4 and AC5 are both related. The issue in these appeals is whether the Environmental Planning Commission erred in approving a site plan for single-family residential cluster developments on approximately 22 acres adjacent to the city's San Antonio Oxbow major public open space. This matter came before the City Council previously under ACs 19.6 and 19.7. Those appeals resulted in a remand to the Environmental Planning Commission with direction that the EPC address certain issues, including to review a revised site plan that more closely reflected the City Council's interpretation of cluster development design within the Integrated Development Ordinance. In addition, the City Council asked the EPC to review whether or not areas that are dedicated to drainage easements and dedicated to a MAFCA are permissible for use as open space, and to ensure that setbacks were met for cluster developments, and also to ensure that the procedure was correct, that the EPC followed. There was no finding that the EPC's procedure the first time around was flawed, but there was a finding added by the council just for safekeeping, I suppose, to make sure that the EPC record was done correctly. With that remand, the matter did go back to the Environmental Planning Commission. The Environmental Planning Commission addressed the four remand instructions from the City Council and again approved the site plan, issued a 12-page notice of decision letter. That matter was appealed to the City Council, referred to the Land Use Hearing Officer. The Land Use Hearing Officer reviewed this and determined that the EPC did have substantial evidence for its findings and appears to have followed the remand instructions. In the interim of this process, the applicants for the subdivision did resubmit a site plan. The site plan that came before the council previously had 76 lots, and the revised site plan has 69 and shows a clear delineation, at least clearer delineation between the clusters in the form of an open space dedication. The LUHO again determined that the EPC did not err and that the site plan should be approved. That is a recommendation that the City Council is considering tonight. You will not hear from the parties this evening. You'll make a decision tonight only whether to accept or reject that recommendation from the Land Use Hearing Officer. I'll do my best to answer any questions you may have. And if we cannot satisfy all of your questions or concerns this evening, you can reject the Land Use Hearing Officer's recommendation, in which case we'll schedule this for a later hearing where you will hear from the parties.
Thank you, Mr. Melendrez. And just as a matter of housekeeping, can you remind us through the ordinance, we now have 7 counselors that can sit in this hearing. Is the majority here for 4 votes, just a simple majority, or is there a required majority by ordinance?
Mr. President, it depends on the motion. To add even an additional wrinkle there, the IDO sets some requirements for voting procedures, and so does state law, but specifically the IDO states that to accept or reject the LUHO recommendation, that a majority of the membership of the council is required. So for either motion to succeed, then a 5 vote would be required to accept or reject, even though we have recusals because of that requirement that a majority of the membership, which refers to a majority of the body, whether or not they're sitting or not.
Thank you, Mr. Melendrez. And just to remind us, the other option available before the council tonight is another remand back to the EPC, and that could be satisfied by just a majority of those sitting, which could be 4. Is that right?
Mr. President, the requirement to accept or reject requires a majority of 5. Other actions other than accept or rejection would be simple majority.
Thank you. Just wanted to get that on the record so we all know where we're going and what the rules are. Counselors, at this point, we will entertain a motion. The options available before the council are to accept the LUHO recommendations and findings, which would essentially approve the site plan, accept the LUHO recommendations, adopt different findings that would also approve the plan, or reject the LUHO recommendations, which would require a full hearing at our next city council meeting on the 17th, or to remand to the EPC. And so we'll take each of these items one by one, although the discussion can be had by both. And so for the purposes of discussion, I'll entertain a motion on AC4. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would make a motion to accept the LUHO recommendations and findings.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. And I see Councilor Bassan is offering a second there. And so I have a motion and a second to accept the LUHO recommendations and findings, which would approve the site plan. Councilors, discussion on this item. Councilor Benton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I read somewhere in some part of the staff write-up something about pool property fatigue. I hope we're not suffering from that as a council today. This is a landmark type decision in a sense. This is the first time that a land use application, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Melendez, but I think it's the first time that a land use application has come forward under the new provisions of the IDO that gives special consideration for development adjacent to public open space. And that's a pretty important first step. Correct me, am I right about that? I think this is the first one, or there may be.
Mr. President, we have had site plans come before the council that are adjacent to major public open space, but this is the first cluster concept that has come with that adjacency.
All right, thank you. So, I find this to be very complex. I did read the LUHO record. I haven't been able to delve into the EPC record as well as I would like. We had some difficulties with that being available. At this point, I cannot vote for this motion. I do feel, as painstaking as it's going to be, that we need to hear this appeal. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. So the discussion, I'll offer my own comments as the chair if anybody else wants to jump in behind me. I agree with Councilor Benton. I think this is it's sort of a de novo sort of issue for us. As a non-lawyer, I'm using legal terms, so I should stop doing that. But I think this is a new issue for us. Part of the challenge here is that when the council sent this back to EPC, it was part of the EPC's job to interpret our remand instructions. And doing so, one of the things they found was that nothing in the IDO expressly prohibits the depiction of two development clusters in a single site plan. But I also failed to see in the record that there was an explicit authorization for the way the clustering was designed, or that the way that the property was outlined. And essentially, we left it to the EPC to decide if the site plan satisfies the requirements of the IDO, the comp plan, and the council's remand instructions. And not all of those are as simple as just, or as plain and simple as it might seem. And because this is the IDO, and because whatever we decide to do here does create essentially new case law for these decisions going forward that others will rely on in the future, I think this is important enough that this council should hold a full hearing. And so I think I'll be joining Councilor Benton in voting against the motion on the floor. And should that motion fail, I would offer the reject recommendation so that this council can hear it at our next meeting. Councilor Pena, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I have a question. I don't know what I can ask or not ask of Mr. Melendez. Just my concern here is I don't know if it's pool property fatigue or whatnot, but can I ask if on the pool property, could they just kind of get rid of their entire application and build as is? Because I know when we had a development on Coors and I-40, you know, there was a lot of concern about it going in. And so what ended up happening is the Walmart, it was the Walmart, they were going to put a movie theater, and then they were going to put a hotel and on a major site plan. And then at the end of the day, there was so much, you know, controversy from the neighborhoods fighting that project that they ended up pulling their request, and they ended up just putting the Walmart anyway. And now we have a storage unit, and we have a school, a charter school there. So I'm wondering, first of all, can they do that? And then after you answer that, I know that there was no there was something said at the last time that we didn't, that the EPC didn't make any mistakes, but when they came to us, they asked us about clustering. So what I'm afraid of is that because there wasn't enough open space, it looked like it was kind of fake open space because of the trails. So when we asked them to go back and look at the clustering, they came back and provided us a plan with more open space that met more of the needs of the community, although not the total. But so my concern here is that, you know, I feel like this is going to go to court no matter what the decision of this body makes. It seems as though it's going to go to court beyond us, but if we don't, could they potentially pull the application and then just build something not favorable to the community?
So, Mr. President, Councilor Pena, the subject site is zoned RA, and it has a minimum lot size of 10,890 square feet. What the applicants are requesting is to be permitted to do a cluster development concept at this site, which, as you kind of outlined, does mean that in exchange for some smaller lots, open space would be set aside, which is the preference by the city and the IDO, which, you know, if it's possible, the IDO does encourage that open space be set aside, especially in properties that are adjacent to major public open space. And the IDO does encourage cluster development where possible in this type of scenario. However, it does not preclude traditional subdivision development either. And so I think what you're keying in on is that there are options with respect to development of any property, and RA zoning is not limited to only the type of project that is before you. And so if cluster development that preserves open space is not possible on this site for whatever reason, and based on any interpretation of the council and the city, then the developer would have the option, you know, as the property owner and developer of the site, to do anything else that is permitted under the zoning, including a more traditional subdivision design that wouldn't necessarily include the same type of open space set aside. The open space set aside that you referenced is 7.96 acres. 6.14 acres, I believe, is what is required. 6.148 is required, and 7.96 is proposed. The open space has sort of been rearranged on the site. It appears that was done in order to attempt to get to what the council was directing with its remand instructions of more identifiable clusters, because what we've seen based on the record and the site plans in the record are that the open space has been concentrated a little bit more closely inside between lot groupings to try to separate those out.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Melendres.
Thank you, Councilor Pena. Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Melendres. This is like an albatross. It feels like we just keep talking about this. I don't mean to denigrate the project or certainly the people who are appealing this, but I'm hearing really loud and clear from you is that one thing is that we're trying to encourage cluster development. And absent this project or a project like this, we could see McMansions again, potentially. And And I'm not sure that that's really the intention of the appellants. However, you know, it's not up to me or probably anybody on this board to second guess what other people are thinking. Uh, I hate to have to agree, but I think we do need a full hearing on this, and it has been quite a while since we've heard it last, so I'm going to need to study it more. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Bassan. Councilor Bassan, we're going to check your mic again one more time. There you go.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Melendez, will you please clarify? We are supposed to be voting on whether or not we agree with the LUHO's findings, correct?
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. The motion on the floor is to accept the LUHO recommendations as findings as presented by Councilor Jones and seconded by Councilor Bassan. Councilors, is there any other discussion on that motion? Seeing none, as a reminder, we need 5 councilors to approve that motion. Ms. Ortega, would you call the roll of the councilors present, please?
Councilor Bassan,
Yes, I do agree with the LUHO findings. I want to make sure it's the right vote with recommendation.
Councilor Benton,
No.
Councilor Gibson,
No.
Councilor Gibson, no. Councilor Harris, Councilor Harris, you're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Jones. Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
No.
Councilor Davis.
No.
Okay, that's 1, 2, 3. That motion fails on a 3 to 4 vote.
Thank you, councilors. Is there another recommendation? If not, I'll make one. I'll make them. I'm sorry, Councilor Ben. Councilor, I think I know your motion, but we can't hear
Mr.
you.
President, I think you telegraphed what your motion was going to be, so why don't you go ahead and make it, and I'll second it.
Whoever has the floor, doesn't matter to me. I'll make a motion to reject the LUHO recommendations, which would require that this matter be scheduled for a hearing at the City Council's next meeting on the 17th. And Councilor Benton, is that your second?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Councilors, the motion on the floor is to reject LUHO recommendations. Councilor Benton is the second. Any discussion? And so we will need 5 votes again on this matter to hold a hearing. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan,
No.
Councilor Benton,
Yes.
Councilor Gibson,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
No.
Councilor Jones,
No.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
That's a 4-3 vote, and I believe Mr. Melendez explained that it required 5 to reject.
And so, Mr. Melendez, if we don't go back in a motion to reconsider, where do we go with this matter? Does it just die here at council?
Mr. President, no, this is sort of a preliminary step. It can be a final step depending on the outcome. But in order to not hold a hearing, there would have had to have been a 5-member vote to accept the LUHO recommendation. The IDO provides that if neither motion passes, that we hold a hearing anyway. So given that both motions failed, and if there are no other motions for remand or otherwise, then the simple outcome will be that based on the motions that have both been made and failed, we'll hear this matter on August 17th.
Thank you. Councilor Ben.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask Mr. Melendez, given the recusals on that meeting on the 17th, we have the same standard of 5 votes?
Mr. President, the standard changes a little bit next time. The IDO specifies that to accept or reject it requires 5. And in the absence of that, you could do things like remand and the like. Or if none of those motions happen, then we would have a hearing. When it comes to the actual hearing, the voting standard changes, and it is such that 5 votes would be required to reverse the decision of the EPC. If a vote of 5 is not successful to reject the LUHO, or no, actually it wouldn't be reject the LUHO, but it'd be to reverse the EPC, then the EPC's decision would remain unharmed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Melendez. Thanks, Mr. President.
And Mr. Melendez, one more odd legal question. Do the counselors with recusal issues sort of get remedied by a new hearing, or if their issues still remain, or they still have the option to recuse or recommendation to recuse?
Mr. President, they've recused relative to the subject matter, and since the subject matter continues, their recusal would still be expected.
Got it. Councilor Ben.
Another question for Mr. Melendez. I fully understand the recusal of Councilor Sena. The recusal of Councilor Borrego does somewhat concern me. First of all, the existence of an AMAFCA easement. Am I correct that it's an easement, or is it? It's actually, it is an easement. It crosses the property. It's an AMAFCA easement. Answer my own question. That existence, prior existence, and continuing existence of that easement, I have to question why that would in any way influence the land use matter. I mean, I understand an abundance of caution in total respect for Councilor Borrego, but I mean, I just want to raise that as a question because of the recusals, we're in a difficult position where there's just going to be sort of by default potentially similar votes to what happened tonight, and doesn't seem. I would just go on the record as asking that recusal be reconsidered. I know that that's the council's prerogative, and we cannot override it. Correct?
Mr. President, no, you cannot. The councilor has made her statement as the basis for her recusal, and she is effectively recused, not a part of these proceedings, and so the council cannot override that.
And Mr. President, and that would stand. I mean, if we were to offer her another opportunity to participate, would that be a moot point?
Mr. President, the process for recusal is such that a counselor will recuse at the beginning of an item each time it is up for consideration by the council. And so while I would anticipate that the concern over the conflict would extend to the next time this matter is considered, Councilor Sena and Councilor Borrego will both be called upon at that time to make their determination about recusal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez and Councilor Ben. Councilor, seeing no other motions on the floor, last call for that. I see Councilor Harris.
Oh, thank you. I want to say I don't councilors should be encouraging councilors to unrecuse themselves. This is going to end up in a district court no matter what. We've known that for well over a year. A district court judge is going to be deciding this, and the last thing we need to be doing is giving somebody another reason to be doubting the decision of this council. And one thing that could do that is a councilor who recused and unrecused. So I think that we should leave it where it is and just do our job and see what happens.
Thank you, Councilor Harris. Councilors, any other discussions, any further motions? Seeing none, we'll order this hearing to be scheduled at our August the 17th meeting of the City Council for a full hearing. And we will move on to AC5. As a reminder, this is the second appeal relating to the same issue. This is the appeal from Hess Yantama and his firm, agent for Taylor Ranch Neighborhood Association, appealing the EPC. Mr. Melendez, any additional guidance here before we move to a motion?
Mr. President, only that we probably don't have to go through all the motions of trying to accept or reject. The IDO says that if no motion, to accept or reject is successful, then we go to a full hearing. And so it seems like that's the will of the council. I think you may call for motions, and if there are none, that'll just be the result.
Thank you for that expeditious way of doing this, I think, unless any counselor wants to reverse themselves from the last. I'll open the floor for motions on AC 5, going once, going twice, and seeing none, this matter will also be scheduled for a hearing on the 17th with AC 4. Mr. Melendez, can you explain AC 1 very quickly for us, and do we need to act on this today, or does this carry forward?
Mr. President, councilors, I would encourage you to act on this today. It is related, but it is somewhat mooted by the AC4 and AC5 appeals. The LUHO heard this matter first, and it was held to be considered together with the actual site plan for the pool property development. Through the LUHO process, the LUHO identified that both the appellant and the appellee, that's the developer and the neighborhood folks that have concerns, both agreed that the declaratory ruling, which is the underlying subject of this appeal, could be voided and could go away. And it would not affect, the ultimate outcome of the site plan that you'll be considering on August 17th. So for that reason, I think it would expedite things if the council were to simply accept the LUHO recommendation, the result of which would be to avoid that declaratory ruling, and that would give you the opportunity to take up this issue exclusively related to the site plan on the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez. As I understand, all the parties have agreed or agree with the LUHO here, and so accepting the recommendations would make our process next time a little easier. Is there a motion? I will make it, if no one else does, to make a motion to accept the LUHO recommendations and findings. Is there a second? Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Councilors, any discussion on that? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega, would you call the roll on the motion to accept LUHO findings for AC?
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
Councillor Gibson,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
So for those of you just joining us
Today. So we're going to give everybody 5 minutes just to stretch your legs, grab a cup of water, anything you need. And then we'll invite those two counselors who were recused from those items to come back and join us. It's now 1 minute after 5. So we'll ask you to come back about 5:05 and we'll get into final actions. And so we will stand in recess for about 5 minutes or so. Thanks. Counselors, as a reminder, I might remind everyone participating to mute your video and your audio so we don't hear your personal conversations during our breaks. So thanks.
We're live.
Okay, folks, welcome back. Thank you for joining us, and we are welcoming back our counselors who were not able to participate in the administrative zoning hearings. First up in final action tonight is 072, Counselor Harris to present, and I believe you have a motion to go.
Sure, I'd like to talk to, hear from Crystal Ortega. I need a motion to suspend the rules, but doesn't have an expiration, as well as a motion to defer. So how would that go, Crystal?
Depending, Counselor, on how long you would like to defer and extend, do you have an idea of how much time you're considering?
Just to be safe, let's say 180 days to extend and 30 days to defer.
Okay. So 30 days would take us to the September 9th meeting, and 180 would take us, what, 6 months to January? So that motion would read, move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of preventing 072 from expiring and extending its expiration for 180 days and deferring this matter until September 9th.
I make that motion.
Got it.
Counselor Jones, I see you have a second there. And Counselor Harris, thank you. I think that's a good idea, and support. Other discussion? Hearing none, then Ms. Ortega, on that motion, would you call the roll, please?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton. Yes, I saw that. Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson. Counselor Gibson. Yes. Okay. Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, counselors. Counselor Benton, I believe you're up with the next item, which is 06.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. 06 is designating the main library located at 501 Copper Avenue Northwest as a city landmark. I move a due pass.
And I see the Counselor Sena as a second. Counselor Benton.
Thank you. So the main library, I think most people are familiar with it, but downtown, the main library was built in roughly 50 years ago, I believe, if that's correct. In the 1960s, and it replaced the old what's now called the Special Collections Library over in East Downtown at Edith and Central, which is a wonderful building. That became Special Collections Library. And the main library, a site was identified and it was moved to downtown with a brand new building at that time. It was designed by George Pearl, who was one of the foremost modernist architects in Albuquerque of the 20th century, of the firm Stephen Mallory, Pearl and Campbell, which still exists. And what I want to do is just quickly read, we received a wonderful letter from Tamara Coombs, who's the president of the Friends of the Public Library. And I'm just going to quote a little bit from their letter of support for this designation. By the way, the main library is already on the National Register of Historic Places and the State Cultural Register of Historic Places. And it was recognized for its representation of a period of time of modern architecture. It was known as brutalism. And brutalism wasn't really about doing buildings that were brutal and awful. It was about, it came from the word the French word for concrete, and exposed concrete. And there were quite a few examples in the 60s. The convention center, the original convention center design was certainly a brutalist design before it was somewhat changed around in the last few years. Let me just read from this letter from President Coombs of the Friends of the Library. I know that there are those who don't care for the aesthetics of this library's design. I find it handsome, but beyond that, I consider all architecture a backdrop for life. A good building enhances the lives of its users. One of the users on opening day was a man in a wheelchair. 15 years before the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act, he could enter the library without assistance and reach every public part of the building. The main library didn't waste space on a grand staircase. Instead, a functional staircase was tucked in a corner. Study and meeting rooms lined the walls. Senior staff had roomy offices, a conference room, and a space to expand and accommodate new staff and more. The most important feature of the library's design was and remains its flexibility. Needs change, and so has the building, adding computers, printers, self-checkout stations, and temporary performance spaces. Moving freestanding bookshelves is required. And I can testify to this. In my architecture career, I worked on libraries, and decades after this building was built. And what was really impressed upon me by Alan Clark, who was the former director or administrator of the libraries at the time, was that kind of flexibility. And that was during a time when all the new technologies were coming into the buildings. But this building just seemed to effortlessly be able to be adapted with very little effort. And despite its being a brutalist design, it's really a human building. They're great little spaces and alcoves with natural light and a view out the window where you can kind of tuck in and do your thing in a library, which is what most people like to do, is just settle in with a book or a magazine or whatever it is that they're looking at and enjoy it. So I really think highly of this building, and it was considered George Pearl's masterpiece in terms of his career. He did some other important buildings in the city, but it really was one. But yeah, Ms. Coombs really nails it with the flexibility of the space that was available. So, so pretty neat stuff. And I don't know, is there a video? I'm seeing a prompt for a video, but I don't have one.
Councilor Benton, we've lost your video connection, and you might have to reset it on your side. We were able to hear everything you said, but we lost you.
Okay, I'm glad you were able to hear it, so you don't have to see my ugly puss. All right, well, this is well deserved. There are a lot of important buildings in the city, like the Chemo and the Elvado and others, parts of the rail yards that have been designated as city landmarks. And it really means that one thing it means by just being designated a city landmark is that, significant changes can't be made to the building design or, fundamental aspects of the building design without going to the Landmarks and Urban Conservation Commission. So it's another level of protection along with the incentives that exist through the National Register and State Register. So,
thank you, Councilman. Thank you. And I just want to recognize that Ms. Petra Marsh, our council planning manager, has joined us as well to help answer any questions from councilors. Using the raise hand option, I see two councilors in line, Councilors Bassan and Borrego. And so we'll start with that councilor from the Far Heights, Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just curious, what is the process once something becomes a city landmark, if we vote on that to happen? What's next, aside from being added to registries?
Councilor Bennett.
Procedurally, probably Ms. Morris could answer better than I can. I think it just gets on the list, and it means that it has that, at that point, once the mayor signs it, it would be a protected, recognized landmark within the city. Probably achieve some promotion, but also the protection I was talking about of at least having to have a hearing at the LUC before any changes are made, significant changes to design. But I'll defer to Ms. Morris.
Mr. President, councilors, so the very next step is that the design guidelines will be adopted by the Landmarks Commission.
So staff will put together a list of key features and about the property that need to be considered in any alterations. And so that will inform the design guidelines that go with the landmarking status, and those will be approved by the Landmarks Commission. And then after that, nothing much until any alterations are needed. And then those alterations, depending on the scale of the alterations associated, they would be either reviewed and approved by staff or by the Landmarks Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. And don't forget to introduce your assistant there. You have very handsome help. Councilor Borrego.
I'm really happy to see that this is, Councilor Benton is sponsoring this. And, you know, it's kind of ironic to think that when I was in college, I went to that library. And then when I worked for the city, I went to that library. And it's kind of ironic to think that this is actually being a historic site at this point in time. That goes to show that we've been around for a while. I think the next step, though, Counselor, is that we apply for application at the state and national levels. And preserving some of our downtown landmarks is really, really important, as we've seen so many that we've lost over the years. So I figure that Petra's Baby is going to be the planner that gets these approved at the state and national level.
Thank you, Counselor. I see Dr. Shel Sanchez, Director of Cultural Services there, along with some other folks who I can't see in the little window that I have. But Dr. Sanchez, anything? I know the libraries are part of your team, and they've done a great job just lately in general and adapting to COVID and keeping services available to people who need them. But I want to be sure we give you a chance to weigh in from your department.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, we appreciate the consideration, and I appreciate Councilor Benton doing such a fine job of introducing this. You know, the library system, but especially, of course, our main libraries are very important to us. And I think anytime we can, it's great to recognize these buildings. This would be our third historic building in the library system. So that really speaks to how long the library system has been part of our community. So yeah, we appreciate your support, and we look forward to touring you through the newest landmark as soon as we are all able to come back together. Thanks.
Thanks. Counselors or the administration, any other comments before we go back to the counselor to close? Seeing none, Counselor Benton, the floor is yours, sir.
If you haven't been there, go check it out. And everyone who's watching, even though it's now truly a historic building, a building that was built in the 60s. So as Councilor Borrego says, I guess we're historic ourselves at this point. But check it out. It's an inspiring building, and it's a wonderful place to hang out. And as was stated, so many good services are being provided there, outside of just what we usually think in a library. So I urge your support.
Thank you. And Ms. Sanchez or Dr. Sanchez, just kudos to your staff for keeping it up. I know during COVID, they've had a chance to remodel and do some work there, do some upgrades to keep it fresh, even though it is a little old. It's a fabulous place, and it looks even better today than it did a few years ago. So thanks to them. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, counselors. Congratulations, Counselor Benton. And next up, Counselor Jones, 012.
Thank you, Mr. President. 012 is an ordinance adopting a uniform administrative code, adopting a uniform administrative code and technical codes prescribing minimum standards regulating construction, alterations, moving, repair, and use and occupancies of building and structures. It is time for the city to do this. The state is doing it right now. And because of that, and the fact that we need to try to mesh the two different ordinances and the way we do things, I think it's very important that we get to look at the states and see what we want to do with theirs. I am carrying this by request. Normally, I would, if it were mine, I would move a do not pass. But I would like to move a do pass, and I would like to move it without my vote, because it is simply kicking the can down the road and having to work on trying to put our code with the state's code and make them work. We cannot work in a city that needs to grow and needs to develop and needs to keep people employed when we're fighting our codes. So I will move a do pass.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. And an example of getting things done, even if you don't support it. But I will take your motion and Councilor Benton's second. The motion on the floor would be to move a do pass. Councilor's discussion. I know Councilor Borrego has an amendment, but I want to be sure if it's okay, Councilor Borrego, before I go there, if either Councilor Jones or Councilor Benton, who have worked on this, want to explain anything more about what's in it before we move to that amendment, just by way of background, because I know there's a lot of stuff here, including the energy code. So Councilor Jones, if you want to add any other comment, I know you provided that outline, and I want to give Councilor Benton a chance to do that, to speak about the energy code, and then we'll go to the amendment. So Councilor Jones.
Mr. President, I am fine with Councilor Benton going first. Thank you.
Councilor Benton, do you want to explain a little bit about the energy code portion here?
Sure. The various codes within our administrative code are regularly updated and oftentimes amended as we move forward. And we've despite some of the narrative, we've been working on this for quite a long time. I believe, Mr. President, you sponsored the last bill we had on it, but prior to that, so we basically, Ms. Schultz can probably fill us in on that timetable. And she was also our staff and voting member of the advisory committee that looked at this. That advisory committee did not end up making a recommendation, but we've been talking about this for well over 2 years now. But if Ms. Schultz, if you could just kind of give us the chronology on this and any other comment you might have.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. President and Councilor Benton. You accurately spoke that the council has been working on an update to the energy code since 2018. That is when the council passed their first resolution on the matter. That was R1818, which set forth a committee of experts who were to look at the various energy codes, namely the 2015 and the 2018 code, to consider if the city should update at this time and which code they should update to. So that committee consisted of commercial real estate folks, the representatives from the home building industry, climate change activists, and folks from the city's energy board, in addition to myself. That recommendation was supposed to come down to the city council as a way to inform their decision on if they wanted to move to the 2018 code. As you also accurately said, the council never received that recommendation for one reason or another. And upon that inaction, the council then went on to pass another resolution just earlier this year. In February of this year, the council passed R19210, which formally said we are moving to the 2018 code. Administration draft a code and propose it to us. And so the legislation that's before you this evening is the response to that resolution passed in February. It is the 2018 International Energy Conservation Code update. Full stop. There are no amendments proposed to this code. The cities and municipalities across the state will often propose local amendments that meet their climate needs and their local needs, but this is the 2018 code, the full version, no changes. As Councillor Jones stated, the state of New Mexico is also working on adopting a 2018 version of the code. They are right in the middle of that process as we speak. In fact, just last week, they had their public comment period on July 29th. So that was last Wednesday. They hosted a public meeting to take input on the version of the code that they are considering adopting. And the next step for the state is to have their executive committee, which is an appointed board by the governor, to consider what version of the 2018 code they would like to adopt. And their next meeting is not scheduled until September 15th. That's some background on the history of this code and the many years of work that have been going into getting us a new, more updated energy code. I don't think it's been stated yet, but currently the city is operating under the 2009 version of the energy code. So we are over almost a decade, over a decade, I suppose, outdated on this.
Thank you for that background, Ms. Schultz. And so I see a couple of counselors with hands, but I want to go to Councilor Borrego, who wants to offer an amendment first that I think gets us in context, and then we'll take all of those in discussion together along with comments from the administration. So Councilor Borrego, do you want to present floor amendment number 1?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Councilor. Floor amendment number 1 is on page 5. Line 3, insert a new section as follows. Section 11, within 30 days of the state of New Mexico's adoption of a revised energy conservation code, city planning and council planning staff will review the city of Albuquerque's energy conservation code for alignment with the state's adopted code to consider possible amendments necessary to create consistency between the state and city energy conservation codes. Number 2, renumber subsequent sections as appropriate. Number 3, on page 5, line 23, strike the term "this" and replace with the following sections 1 through 9 of this. The amendment would require city planning and council planning staff to review the city's adopted codes within 30 days and make any minor changes or major changes depending on the situation. In speaking with the chief building official this morning, I found that the areas that we may want to consider looking at, and I'm not suggesting that these are the only areas, but re-roofs, length of duct, air changes for residential areas. And as we know, the city code cannot be less restrictive than the state code. So I think it's really prudent for the city council to adopt this resolution based on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
And that's a motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Borrego, for the motion to approve floor amendment number 1. Is there a second? I know we got counselors in hand, so I'll second it if no one else does. And let me say, I'll do it just for the record, mainly because I appreciate all the counselors working on this. And I think we're working hard to get this in place. And we know that the state is considering theirs, as Ms. Schultz mentioned, but it's not certain that they'll adopt a similar code. And if the state adopts a similar code with other amendments, I think this is a great process to ensure that the city takes a look at how our code and the state code might intersect at that point and what changes need to be made. But certainly there's no reason that the city should wait on something that's not certain at the state level if we can do it. So I would support that amendment. That said, I want to go back now and maybe ask for the administration before I go to the counselors that I have in order. Mr. Real, I assume this is you. I don't see Mr. Williams. Do you want to offer any comments from the administration?
Mr. President, members of the council, I think the amendment that's sponsored by Councilor Borrego actually takes care of the concerns that anyone in the administration might have as it relates to what the state will do moving forward. We all know that ultimately they can adopt this code and we have to be in compliance with their decisions. But look, I think it's I think this the conversation earlier by Shanna is correct, and that is that we're operating under a code that's a decade old, and this brings us up into I think a place where we can do some really important changes to how we build our environment in Albuquerque. And so we're okay with what's been proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Real. And so we'll go back to councilors now, and Councilor Benton, then Councilor Jones, then Councilor Bassan. So Councilor Benton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, just really quickly to clarify, and I think it would, nobody misspoke, but the state law allows and anticipates that local jurisdictions can adopt local codes as long as they are not less restrictive than the state code. So we can have a stronger code than the state code if we choose. We may not have, and we may have the same one as the state code if we choose, but we may not have one that's less restrictive than the state code. And that applies to any of the codes across the, whether it's talking about the plumbing code, electrical code, anything like that. And so, and this is fairly common in the states anyway, in other states, that, yeah, we do recognize that different localities are going to have different standards. And so in our case of the state and state preemption, that's our standard. Whatever they pass, let's say if we were to some of the what I would call weakening amendments, that's probably not the best term, but amendments that remove some of the standards from our own version of the code. If we were to pass a bunch of those right now, and they were not in line with the state code, then we would have to amend it anyway. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the state has done. In the past, Albuquerque has led on energy efficiency codes. We had our own energy efficiency code under Mayor Chavez. That was subsequently challenged in court, subsequently repealed, but that was a very strong local code, certainly stronger than the state. And this adoption of it without any amendments is really the cleanest thing for us to do right now. And I support Councilor Borrego's amendment. I think it makes sense that certainly once the state gets around to adopting something, that we then evaluate what those things are and see which, if any, we want to discuss with regard to our own code. But this gives us just a clean International Energy Conservation Code according to the standards of the International Code Council. And just going back to Mayor Chavez's code, we were criticized for really, truly stepping out and writing our own code, and that it was not part of the International Code Council family of documents. So in this case, we're totally in line with that. All reports about the 2018 code is that it will save a tremendous amount, well, certainly over the 2009 code that we're presently under, will save tremendous amounts of energy. Really looking at most of the estimates are for paybacks between 0 and 6 years maximum in terms of the energy saved with the modern code. And the 15 code, which is also under consideration by the Building Safety Department, this is not much more strict than that, but it has taken into account feedback after the enactment of the 15 energy code throughout the country, feedback from users of that code. So in terms of energy conservation, it's very similar to the 15 code, but it picked up on a lot of just administrative fixes and small tweaking of that 15 code that makes it much more user friendly, according to almost all reports that I've seen about it. But I do support the amendment, and I think this is the right thing for us to do. I think it's really important that we lead. We've led before, and let's lead again, and then we'll see what the state does.
Thank you, Councilor Ben. Councilor Jones, then Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we're going down a slippery slope here. I do appreciate Councilor Borrego's amendment. I think that will help immensely. I think we're in a situation where we could be, the city changes their code. We start trying to get there'll always be some glitches in it. We try to get the glitches out. We're trying to get development starting again in the city. the business people start designing, start trying to build, start doing by our code. The state changes their code. Do we change ours to conform to theirs? How many times in a 9-month period can we change the city code and still be competitive? And if the state, which I'm not sure whether they don't know what the state will do, of course, if the state were to put in a far less restrictive code, or, you know, plain language would be a little less expensive to build a comparable building in the same building outside of the city limits over in the county, because the county, as I understand it, normally adopts the state code. What are we fighting here, and how many times would we have to change what a building builder, contractor, an architect does in a building? If we put forth a code, the code changes. We're working on a code now. It's going to take for a while for this one to go into effect. We have another code, and then we change it again within a matter of months. What does that do to the predictability? Because that's always a major part of why people do things. I'm just concerned about the confusion that we're putting in place here. So we can only do what we can do and hope we can keep the city working and keep businesses growing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Schultz, do we have some estimate as to how long it could take this appointed executive committee to decide from their meeting on September 15th? Or is it never ending potentially, or one and done?
Mr. President and Councilor Bassan, it's really at the purview of that state committee on September 15th, whether they are interested in moving forward with the code at that time, if they feel like they have addressed all the public comment that came in during the last several months, and if they have a code that's ready to go. I personally do not have an indication from that committee as to what they intend their action to be on September 15th, but their options are to adopt the code or to defer the matter for more consideration. And unfortunately, we don't have control over those timelines of the state.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. And Mr. President, a couple more things, please.
Sure.
So, given that we don't know, I mean, is there a sense that the state is feeling a sense of urgency finally after 10 years or after however long they've been taking? Do we think that maybe the state will finally handle their business with this?
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, it has been a priority of the governor to update these building codes in relation to energy conservation. And because this committee is appointed by the governor, I suspect that there could be some urgency to, bring these codes into the current. So I wish I had a better answer for you than political speculation, but that's what I can offer at this time.
Thank you. I appreciate just having some concept of it. So the amendment, in theory, it sounds really good. I wish that I would have had time to review it. I'm not really comfortable voting for something when I haven't seen it. And it was just, it's not in our, I don't know if I missed something or if it just wasn't sent out and it was a last minute thing. So I'm still thinking about that a little bit because I haven't seen that. And so I think it sounds good in theory, but the fact that we're just a few months away from the state making a decision on something so important, and it's taken over 2 years. So I get that whole catch-22 where it's taken so long, let's finally get it done. And it's taken so long, what's a few more months? But at the same time, I think that the deciding factor for me that's really getting this is the fact that this is such a massive issue and we're basing it off of emails with public comment makes me even more concerned that we don't have good input from people unless it's more of the active people who sometimes we hear, from the same people a lot, and sometimes we hear from new people. I believe that there are many constituents that don't even realize that there's an issue to be heard, and they unfortunately don't always keep up with what we discuss. But perhaps if they were able to be at a meeting in person, that would be something that I think could really make a difference. So I'm struggling with rushing through and putting the cart before the horse yet again, I really feel like this is something that it might behoove us to wait a couple more months, even though I'm a strong advocate of trying to lead the way or trying to improve things. I definitely think that we definitely need to prioritize our climate and our environment, but I don't know if this is going to be something that the risks don't outweigh the benefits.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Councilors, any other discussion on this item? Remember, the motion on the floor is to approve floor amendment number 1, offered by Councilor Borrego. If there's no other discussion, I'll ask Ms. Ortega to take the roll on approval of floor amendment number 1, and then we'll be back on the bill.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
Councillor Borrego,
Yes.
She stopped talking.
Councillor Gibson,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Senna,
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
That's 8-0 with Councillor Harris excused.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega. And yes, for the record, Councilor Harris is excused for the rest of the meeting at his request for another matter. We are back on the bill as amended. Any other discussion before we return to the sponsor? Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now that we're back on the bill itself, I'd just like to ask Shanna. So, Shanna, by us approving this today, does that, and with Councilor Borrego's amendment, does that kind of approve it? But we wait until the state approves it? Is that what I'm understanding?
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, from what I understand of Councilor Borrego's amendment, what this would do is it would approve the 2018 code as it exists, as drafted by the International Code Council. That code would go into effect, so future building permits would have to comply with that 2018 code. And then once the state makes their determination, whether it be September 15th or October 15th, whenever they decide to do that, I believe Councilor Borrego's amendment calls for the city to review that code and propose any amendments to the city's version based on what the final outcome of the state's version would be. That doesn't necessarily mean that the city will for sure update their code, but it asks that we take a look to see where our code is not in conformance with the state. Oh, Councilor Pena, I cannot hear you.
So basically the code would go into effect immediately if this passed?
Yes, I believe it would. I can check the resolution quickly to see if there's an effective period. Sometimes resolutions aren't effective for a couple of days, but yes, this would go into effect immediately once it has passed by the veto process and takes the normal steps that legislation must take before it's formally in effect.
So is there any kind of analysis, Mr. President, sorry, is there any kind of analysis that actually says how much more this could potentially add to the building of a home, of a residence?
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, I do not have that data. Those were questions that the committee in 2018 contemplated. But those figures were not provided at that time. If Councilor Benton has some data, which it sounds like he might, I would ask him to chime in on that question.
Councilor Benton, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, please. So our version or the state's version will add some initial first costs to construction, whether residential or commercial construction. The important point is how quickly do the energy savings pay for that additional cost? And the estimates are for residential construction is a full payback in 4.4 years. Now that would be for the building owner, right? Many of the folks who are going to be benefiting from this are going to be renters. And on commercial buildings, depending on the type of building, the estimates are between 0 and 6 years of full payback on the initial construction cost. So in the construction industry, You know, there's a, especially when, you know, economies are bad, or the localized economies are bad, or the national economy is not doing well. There's a tendency just to make, you know, if you're trying to build something, just dumb it down, make it as inexpensive as you possibly can. But when you look at the life cycle of that building, as it's being constructed, or once it's been constructed, the life cycle cost of annual costs of operating the building, that's what's called the life cycle cost. That's really what we're talking about when we talk about payback. So yes, without question, whatever the state does and whatever we do, and every time codes are updated, whether they're mechanical, electrical, other kind of codes we were talking about, they tend to increase some costs, but they're being proposed not willy-nilly. They're being proposed by an international council that's looking at the betterment of the entire building stock for the public benefit. So I think that's really important to recognize that this isn't just like, well, a bunch of environmentalists want to make a stronger energy code. This is the international standard, the 18. And in terms of us, you know, revisiting it once the state does something, I've got, again, I supported that. I've got no issue with that. But I think we need to step forward and start preparing our local building industry for this. And yeah, in the short period, or whatever the period is between the state deciding to act and our acting, we would have a stronger code than the state, which we're allowed to do. And as I said, is anticipated by the whole process of adopting these codes.
Thank you, Councilor Ben.
Mr. President, so do I still have the floor?
Yes, ma'am. He was responding to you. Go ahead. You still have the floor.
Okay. So that being the case, you know, just looking at, you know, the city of Albuquerque as it is, you know, affordable housing is, you know, we're in a difficult state in terms of trying to find affordable housing for community members. You know, we're just trying to find housing even for people who are homeless, and, you know, trying to meet that threshold is very difficult for some people. And I understand, and I'm totally supportive of the you know, the code for the, you know, the code that they're passing now. I can't think of the term, but anyway, I think, you know, I think we really should have an analysis of what kind of impact it's going to have to housing for the city of Albuquerque. Although we could pass something that's stronger than what the state passes, I worry that it really puts home ownership out of the reach of many people in our community without either having an analysis or having something in the bill that helps, you know, lower income people when they're trying to purchase a home. I think right now the average home sale in Albuquerque is, I don't want to quote anything and be incorrect, but it's pretty steep to begin with. And as you know, we're one of the poorest states in the nation. And I do want to be an example for, you know, the energy code, there you go, energy code being, you know, very on the edge. But I mean, if it really places people out of being able to purchase a home, we land up with a larger homeless population or people, you know, renting. So for me, I would just, you know, maybe make a request that we at least, so I can get more of that information, that we could at least defer it for, you know, 30 days. I'd make that motion.
Okay, so councilors, the motion to defer supersedes the motion on the floor. And so is there a second? I'll ask you to raise your hand virtually. I see Councilor Bassan there, so that we don't lose our place in line for councilors asking questions. So we have a couple of seconds. I'll take Councilor Bassan for the record. And so Councilor Pena, does that conclude your remarks?
Yeah, let me just kind of jump back a little bit, because, you know, I read the bill prior to, you know, and I really think that it's important. I thought maybe we would defer it. So I kind of looked at it from that lens, because I realized that the state hasn't passed theirs yet. I know that the governor is making this a priority, which is awesome. She should, and we should. I just really would like more information in terms of how it's going to affect our lower income communities.
Thank you, Councilor Pinion. So the motion on the floor for the moment is an affirmative 30 days until our September 9th meeting. But next in line is Councilor Benton, followed by Councilor Borrego, then Councilor Basine, then Councilor Jones, then Councilor Gibson. And so we'll ask you to keep your comments on point here, but we want to include everybody. So Councilor Benton, you are next in line.
Yeah, I'll oppose the motion. I think, every 30 days that we delay is more substandard houses will be built. And I'm going to call them substandard because that's what they are. They're being built under a 2009 energy code, Councilor Pena. Not, this isn't like, and again, these are industry standards of nationwide and international standards about what we should be doing. And working people in general, we have to accept the fact that home ownership for working people is very hard to come by. And I agree that the cost of housing in this environment is high, but the relative cost of these improvements, which, by the way, most of them will at some point be adopted by the state because the state is not looking very good for not having updated its code. Those will be borne by working people, whether they're trying to buy a house of their own or whether they're renting. They're paying the utility bills. And the utility, this is when I was making the point about payback. That's the payback, right? That in the short term, there's a great payback in terms of the cost of the energy. And let's also just consider the continued development of building stock under the old code is to no one's benefit. It doesn't benefit our city in terms of its resilience, in terms of climate change. We know that our climate is getting hotter and hotter. Every day that goes by, more substandard housing is being built. And we built a lot of substandard housing since we repealed the Albuquerque Energy Conservation Code. It's a false equivalence to be talking about the affordability of housing to anyone and not be considering the cost of owning and operating that housing, owning and or renting and paying the utility bills for that housing.
Mr. President, can I just respond to that?
Very briefly, ma'am. I know I have you in line as well for other questions. So go ahead.
Right, but that was kind of directed. That was directed at me. So I just want to say that, Councilor Benton, I don't disagree with the energy code. I don't. I mean, I think it's important, and when we're talking about substandard housing and really building houses under our old energy code, which is the 2009, I agree that it needs to be updated. My thing just comes from just equity in our community, and this is something that happened to us a long time ago when we were talking about the impact fees in our community. Obviously different from an energy code, but all of a sudden, the city of Albuquerque, the southwest area of Albuquerque predates much of the city of Albuquerque, and was built off the backs of the labor from the southwest area. We built the rest of the city, and we used to have exactions, and those exactions went into the city coffers where the money didn't actually get distributed correctly. It went to other areas of the city to build, and then when it came time that we were asking for our fair share of roads and improvements and services to our area, our impact fees, they turned around and they did a code for the impact fees in terms of saying, well, since the southwest area doesn't have it, they have to pay more, and they actually quadrupled the amount of money that it was going to cost for us to build in our area of the city in terms of the impact fees. I don't have to explain that to you. I know you know how that worked, but so I just always have to be cautious with our area in terms of really putting the constituents in my district at a disadvantage. So I'm merely asking for just some time to find out how it's going to impact communities of color, really.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Pena. Next up, Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Schultz, does this apply to remodels for the update for the energy code? If we were to pass this, does anybody wanting to remodel their home or, any kind of improvements on their home, would they have to then rewire it or redo and bring that all of it up to code?
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, I would ask someone from the planning department to chime in on at what point in a remodel process or how large of a remodel would have to take place for compliance with all new codes, whether it's mechanical, plumbing, fire, or energy, for those to be required to be compliant. And I see Director Williams and our Chief Building Official, Mr. Clark, in that room, hopefully ready to go.
Gentlemen, go ahead.
Mr. President, good afternoon, good evening. Brennan Williams with the Planning Department. I'm here with our Chief Building Official, Lan Clark, who will address Councilor Bassan's question.
Thank you, President. Councilor Bassan. All new work on construction projects would be required to adhere to the new codes. Existing elements in renovations would not apply unless you do a level 3 alteration, which is more than half of the building. Then the entire structure would have to be brought up to the current energy code.
Thank you. And one quick short thing, Mr. President, is so I agree with everything Councilor Pena is saying. I'm for making this happen and I'm for supporting all of that, but I do think I do not believe that this is a false equivalence. I think that this is something we absolutely need to take into consideration, as Albuquerque has quite a bit of poverty in our country. And I don't know if this is, people have 4 years to wait in order to make up energy costs if they want to buy their first home. So I think that it's good to have that extra bit of time, wait for the state, find out these answers, let's make it happen, but let's do it the right way so we can get started making it work more ideally and more streamlined from the get-go.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Next up, I see Councilor Jones, then Councilor Gibson, then Councilor Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are so many questions in legislation like this. So first of all, why didn't we get it from the administration earlier? Second of all, why wasn't it discussed with us before we got it? And then third, why or have we taken this to people who will be impacted by this? Have we taken it to the organizations that provide housing? Have we taken it to, I know this is a nasty thing to say, have we taken it to the industry that builds these things to say, what is the market? What does this do? And many, many of them are very much committed to energy savings and everything. But what does it do? We don't know. This is just something that came down to us. We haven't had a chance to talk about people about it. It is just run it through, when in fact, we're still obviously still surviving on the one that we have and not building that much new because the economy is in the kettle right now. So I think that to rush something like this through without getting the correct input from people and that's one of the major things we do. I mean, this came down. I don't think any of us had anything to do with what went into it, and obviously didn't see it until it was put on the agenda. So I think we do this with everything. How can we pass something like this without, we talk about open space. How can we not talk about the buildings that our people are going to reside in and not know where we're going with this? It came down very quickly without any input, at least from me. I didn't see it. I don't know about anybody else. I think this is one of those things where we just kind of go, well, let's take a look at this and see what it really is and what it will really do and get some work done on it. So, Councilor Benton, I understand your approach absolutely 100%. I just think that this is going to affect the entire city could be another 20 years the way it goes like the last one. We need to take a good hard look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilor Gibson, then Councilor Senna, then myself, and then we'll go back to Councilor Benton if there's further discussion. Councilor Gibson.
Thank you. So I'm hearing a lot of folks who are really concerned about passing these costs on. And that's a valid concern. But, you know, we're kind of comparing initial costs to operating costs that hit you every month, you know, electric and gas and water and all of those things. The operating costs are more important than the small increases in the upfront costs. This has been before several organizations, I'm sure, but two that I know about, and this comes from some public comment that we received earlier today. Pacific Northwest National Laboratories did a study on this, and they found that it was quite cost effective, that this code implemented over previous codes is cost effective, which means simply that you save more in energy use over time than you would spend in the upfront costs paying for it. The other source I can name is one that is very near and dear to our hearts, I believe, here in Albuquerque, and that's Prosperity Works. They are the advocates for keeping people out of poverty and helping people who are in poverty get out of poverty. And they support this update because people need to be able to pay their utility bills. So there is that to consider. And this, you know, as Councilor Benton mentioned, this has been being worked on for well over 2 years. I attended, I believe, 2 meetings, if memory serves me correctly. So there's been a lot of work done on this over the time. This isn't something that was, you know, just kind of a flash in the pan that came up and was put to council from the mayor's office. You know, making this a better environment for our kids, all of our kids, grandkids, going forward, creating the type of environment that I think that we all would like to see is going to be uncomfortable sometimes. And it's going to take like reaching out a little bit farther than what we can see. But this is a good place to start by updating these codes because we have a lot of data to show that this is worthwhile. So I would like to see this get passed tonight, actually, as amended, and I hope that we have enough agreement on the council to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gibson. Next up, Councilor Sinha, then myself, and then back to Councilor Benton. I think we'll close unless we have other questions. Councilor Sinha.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to speak on this after hearing public input when it was in committee and hearing from our advocacy groups and hearing and reading public comment that was submitted on this topic. I know that many groups were very interested in having a safer environment as it relates to climate change and these updates. And just knowing, as Councilor Ben had mentioned, that these cost savings will go on to especially our renters. And I know a large proportion of Albuquerque are also not homeowners, but renters. And a lot of those communities are communities of colors as well. And we hope that because of those cost savings, it would be passed on to the tenants as well. For me, I believe that this is a long-term investment into our lives because primarily communities of colors are the ones that are impacted the most from climate change. And so I will be supporting this update because I think that it is a long-term investment into our communities. And I know that's not particularly the issue that Councilor Pena had brought up, but I just want to note that these updates are important and a long-term investment is needed. And hopefully that, you know, in evaluating some of the analysis done and the bill itself, stating that possibly eliminating third parties so that contractors can do this themselves, cutting out some of those administrative costs, that those cost savings would be passed down as well to the homeowner. And that's really on the onus of the developers. So I think that it's important, and I hope that these updates will be voted on today as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And let me recognize myself again before we go back around to anybody who's already spoken. But I wanted to respond to a couple of things I heard, and I appreciate the conversation. I think it's right. And we should be always looking at, as Councilor Sena pointed out, as Councilor Pena pointed out, sort of what is the impact on the people that we represent and serve. Councilor Gibson beat me to the punch in terms of looking at sort of the cost impact of this and sort of the real data that's available. The study she mentioned, which anyone can find at energycodes.gov, which actually outlines the federal government's analysis of the International Energy Code, it found that in Climate Zone 4, which is Albuquerque, and in fact, Albuquerque is actually listed as one of the example cities, that implementing the 2018 code would cost a grand total of $42.75 per average home in the city of Albuquerque. And that's only due to the increases in the whatever a U factor is for window coverings. I assume that's ultraviolet heating or something. But that $42 window cost increase for an average family home in the city of Albuquerque would be repaid back through energy savings of almost $30 a year. So we paid back in less than a year and a half. But when I looked at the data, I don't find that a $42 increase in the cost of building a home in order to make it more energy efficient and lower the energy cost long term for a family, I believe that on balance makes sense. And so I think that's important. And I did hear, and I understand Councilor Jones's concern that perhaps we haven't had a chance to review this, but I know this is the Councilor Jones bill. I know, and again, I'm not disparaging the counselor, but she was the chair of this committee that heard this bill. It is her bill, and this council has been considering this for more than 2 years now. In fact, we had to pass legislation, as someone mentioned, telling the administration to move forward faster because the council had been considering this for so long. And so I feel like this is important. It's part of our values to move our city forward, to be a leader in this area. We've certainly been behind this, and I believe the state will be following our lead after this. And so I think it's consistent with our values. And for that reason, I'll be supporting Councilor Benton's motion to approve this legislation as amended, along with Councilor Borrego's amendment, because I think it creates a process for us to continue to learn and work in cooperation with others, including the state. And so for that reason, I would support it. The last counselor I have in the list is Councilor Benton. And so seeing no others, I'm going to ask Councilor Benton to use this as a close as well, unless anyone has anything further. And then we will be back on the motion. Councilor Benton.
Yes, I think so. Are we still on the motion for deferral?
I'm sorry. Yes, you're right, Councilor Benton. It is the motion to defer. I apologize.
And so also just as a matter of procedure and custom, this is Councilor Jones's bill, so she should be doing the close, but I'll make this my final comment. I do oppose the deferral. It doesn't seem like much, but every 30 days it goes by, there's another 30 days of new building permits that come in under the 2009 Energy Code. And I maintain that that's a substandard product that's being built, whether it's residential or commercial. But, and I really do, maybe false equivalency is not the right term that I used, but I really do. I've worked in affordable housing my whole career as an architect, and I'm a strong advocate for affordable housing. And I can tell you that the days when the landlord paid the electric bill are long gone, and gas bill are long gone. There may be some still around that they weren't metered, and so it's all rolled in somehow. But regardless, whether it's rolled in or the bill is being paid directly by the tenant, which is more common these days, it's costing working people more for their housing. And the idea that we're going to build more so-called affordable housing that it is substandard in terms of its energy use, and that those buildings are going to stand for another 40 years after they're built, and maybe longer sometimes. I have to say that it doesn't calculate. And, we could do some sort of analysis of this. But I think the national data is there, as was described by some of the previous speakers. And with regard to this somehow being sprung on us at the last minute, the first bill that we did created an advisory board that included NAIOP, that included the home builders. There was robust discussion. For whatever reason, no proposal was put forth from the committee to the council. And that was the time at which President Davis and I sponsored a bill saying, let's move forward on the 18 then, because we know that's where everybody's going. And there's nothing new here. The same people who were saying, let's hold back and we're not going to be competitive, were the same people that repealed the last very fine energy code that we had under Mayor Chavez. So, I really have to push back on that idea that this hasn't been discussed. It's been out here for well over, let's see, probably about 27 months, I think, since we first brought it up. So I urge that we move forward without deferral and we get this passed tonight. And we've got Councilor Borrego's amendment as our backup, because this is where everybody's going, is to the 2018 code.
Thank you, Councilor Benton, and my apologies. And I appreciate Councilor Pena. It is your motion on the floor for a deferral, and thanks to Ms. Ortega and Councilor Benton for correcting me. So Councilor Pena, to close on the motion for deferral.
Thank you. Again, I just really want to reiterate, I think that this is going to have a negative impact on communities of color. I just really, I understand, and I just want to say that I support the energy code being revised, but until I learn more about how it impacts communities in need, I really would just, ask for another 30 days to just get some of that information, because, if you look at the housing stock and some of the rentals that we have in our community, those aren't going to be updated anytime soon. And with the increased cost, I don't see the developers looking at the tenants as going in there and doing all these new energy codes, or really having the motivation to really repair some of these older rentals that we have out there, So I just would like some more information on that. I have a lot of concern. And when we talk about affordable housing, with all due respect to Councilor Benton, I think it's an important part, and he's always been very supportive of it. But with the affordable housing, there's a percentage that it's really a percentage within that is for lower income, right? So I'm afraid that we don't have the amount of a quality affordable housing to really reach the masses in terms of the people that we're trying to affect. So I just, love energy code, think it should be, enhanced and adopted, but I think that we should at least afford 30 days to try to just get some more information on how it impacts communities of color.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you. And so, Madam Clerk, I'll ask you to take the roll call vote on the motion to defer 012 for 30 days until September 9th.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
No.
Councilor Borrego.
No.
Councilor Gibson.
No.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
No.
Councilor Davis.
No.
That motion fails.
Thank you, councilors. We are back on the bill. 012 as amended with Councilor Borrego's floor amendment number 1 with the updates or the review if the state passes an additional code. Councilor Jones, we are back on your bill. Last chance for councilors to ask questions. I realize Councilor Jones may not be in support of her own bill at this point, but we do have Councilor Borrego with a question before we get to that. Councilor Borrego. Just a second, Councilor Borrego will be with us.
Mute. Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you. So I do appreciate the discussion that we just had, and I truly appreciate the concerns that Councilor Pena discussed. And I think as I think about codes, which, you know, I've probably worked with for 30 years, 35 years maybe, codes don't go through revisions that often. And when they do, we need to get it right. But I think about the building, which I actually helped build when I was the chair of the State Retirement Board in Santa Fe, as the Para building, which was built very energy efficient. And we put, you know, the money into it up front, and it has been a real positive model for future buildings, especially commercial buildings in Santa Fe. I think about New Mexico, and I think about, you know, our air and wind and solar and all the things that we have, and less water that we have. And sometimes, you know, I think that we have to do things that are really difficult to ensure that, and we have to, sometimes we have to bite the bullet up front, because the benefit that we have in the end really will outweigh the cost. And Councilor Davis pointed out the cost, which seems, you know, fairly minimum. And I think that when we start thinking about the consumer at some point in time, because of, you know, more efficient building, they're actually going to be paying less in terms of utilities and other types of, you know, of costs that the consumer pays. So I think it's really important that New Mexico take advantage of, you know, sort of the natural resources that we have. And I think this is one of the ways that we can do that. And as I mentioned earlier, you know, we may have to pay a little bit more upfront, but in effect, the benefit will outweigh that cost eventually. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Borrego. I think that you captured my points exactly. Seeing no other discussion, we'll go back to Councilor Jones, who has the right for final word, even though she's carrying this by request. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for making it clear. I was going to point out this is not my legislation. It's just carried by request when no one else will do it. We get that request, so I have to wonder where all of you were when it came down to me. But I do not support this legislation, although Councilor Borrego's amendment helps immensely. I think it's rushed through. I think what the state's doing, we should come into play with that also. But so I cannot urge your support, but I will open the floor for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And seeing no other discussion, the motion on the floor is to approve 012 as amended. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
No.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
No.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-2.
Thank you, counselors. That was a lot of debate, and it was good to have that conversation. I appreciate it. Madam Vice President Gibson, could I ask you to manage the next item, which is R216, Councilor Benton's bill, while I take a quick break here?
Sure. I thought we were done.
These are a little shorter. I'll give you a quick one. If you'll take this one, I'll take the next one.
All right. So item F, Councilor Benton, would you like to enter that? Please?
Yes, Madam Vice President. R216 is a nuisance substandard dwelling or structure in need of abatement at 615 Arno Street Southeast 87102. I move a due pass.
I'll second. I have a motion and a second. And do we have, do you have something for this, or do you want to turn it to planning?
Madam President, yeah, I do not. I guess we should hear from Planning Department or the administration on this. Thank you.
Director Brennan.
Madam Vice President, Councilor Benton, thank you. Yes, ma'am. This is a property at 615 Arno Street Southeast that has been worked by our Code Enforcement Division because the property has been uninhabitable for almost 5 years, 4 years and 11 months. Since that time, Code Enforcement has frequently responded to missing doors and windows on the property. It has lacked utilities for the duration of that period. It's been open to trespass, and the yards have been maintained or required maintenance, whether the removal of litter and debris from the property or weeds from the yards. Currently, there's a outstanding total lien amount of $19,700 and some change. There still continue to be emergency calls for service to the property. In the last 12 months, the police department has been out at least twice, and Code Enforcement continues to receive complaints from neighbors in the area about the status of the site, receiving 2 complaints this year alone about the condition of the property. Various attempts have been made to work with and contact the property owner. While we have reached the out-of-state property owner, that has been many months since we've received a correspondence or communication with them. There has not been any plans based on our discussions with the owner when we were able to speak with them for them to either address the ongoing unabated violations at the property or come up with a plan to remodel and repair the existing home and put it back into productive use. In short, the violations are still outstanding, and I will stand for any questions should there be any.
Okay, any questions? All right, Councilor Benton.
Thank you. And Director Williams summarizes pretty well. I have been following this myself somewhat. This is a fairly large structure. If you see the photos that are part of the packet, it's a fairly large structure, and it's very close to the adjacent structures. It's surprising in a way that, and it would be a difficult situation from a firefighting standpoint, I would imagine. It's a substantial structure, but it is in terribly poor condition. And folks in these blocks around in the immediate area are really working on their houses and trying to get them fixed up. And this poses a danger to people on the block. So I urge your support.
All right. Any other comments, questions from councilors? All right, Ms. Ortega, if you would call the roll, please.
Sure, Madam Vice President. Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
No.
Councilor Senna.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yeah.
It passes on a 7-1 vote with Councilor Harris excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega. And thank you, Madam Vice President, for carrying that matter. And so next we're up on R217. I'll make a motion to pass R217, which is a nuisance substandard dwelling or structure in need of abatement at 318 Mesilla Northeast. Do I have a second? I see several. I'll take Councilor Bassan. It's the first one I saw. Thank you. Very quickly, Mr. Williams, will you walk us through this one? I know the council's familiar with this. We've seen it at committee and at council for a number of years. We've spent a lot of money at the city cleaning up this property for more than 2 decades, dealing with an owner who's uncooperative and has some coexisting issues. But I think we're finally at the end of this, and I think something that the La Mesa neighborhood will be happy to know is finally coming to a resolution. Could you give us a very quick update?
Mr. President, councilors, thank you. Council President, as you mentioned, this problem property has been deemed uninhabitable for over 2 years now. Prior to that, various city agencies have worked to keep the property clean, keep the yards of the property clean, ensure that the owner of the property was offered assistance in some way, shape, or form throughout the years. All of that work basically has led us to where we are today because of non-compliance and an uncooperative property owner to resolve the issue. Since working on the property, code enforcement has been out multiple times, most recently talked to the property owner in June of this year to try and once again determine a path forward if there was a way to either provide that owner with some assistance and or get them into some sort of a programmatic assistance to help them with the massive amount of outdoor storage of litter and debris that's on the property. Would ask the councilors to look at the photographs of the property that are in the packet. Those are an accurate representation of the continued condition of the site. Currently, there are more than $13,000 in liens filed against the property. Again, the house is uninhabitable. There have been multiple calls for service over the past 12 months by both the fire department as well as the police department. Most recently, the fire department was at the property in April because of a fire that broke out in the backyard. Because of all the steps that have been taken, and we're just not achieving any compliance whatsoever, not moving forward with any progress, we come before the council with a request for condemnation, and I'll certainly stand if there are additional questions about this matter.
Thank you. I see Councilor Pena. I know you always weigh in with this. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I always weigh in on these because I typically don't vote for them. I think I've voted for them in the past, but I typically don't vote for them for the reasons being that, I just really don't like the idea of condemnation on people. And it seems, not this person in particular, but over and over again, hearing about houses that are taken away. We're talking just in the previous bill about our homeless population, in this instance. So I really probably need to at some point, and I've talked about it in the past, and I really want to thank Brennan. I mean, I know they do all their due diligence and do everything. And I think at the committee, I had asked them to really try to work with this gentleman to try to find a way to provide assistance, So I think that we really have to have a larger conversation. And I'm going to work with, our director and Chris Melendez to try to identify ways on how we can either provide a grant that's repayable to the city and then try to look at it from the perspective of working with, our behavioral health there at the county, just to find out what we can do. Because I know there was a property that we had in Westgate who there was a man, and I think, Brendan, I don't know if you were around at the time or whether it was at the last administration, who was really having some mental health issues and similar situation. And we were able, through the crisis team, go out there and try to help that person and really got a lot of support and got some of the debris moved. And, but I really have a lot of heartburn doing condemnation on people because we don't know the reasons behind their inability to fix their property or their situation. So anyway, didn't mean to be longer on that explanation, but I'm going to be talking to staff to see if we could really create something. We need to. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to answer that a little bit. We're actually doing quite a bit. We have two groups, a working group called VASP, Vacant, Abandoned, Substandard Properties, as well as ADAPT, which works with both residential properties and business properties to help people and proprietors remain and be successful in their homes or businesses. But sometimes it does happen that the houses are just so far gone, or apartments or commercial buildings are just so far gone, as we've all seen photographs that they have to come down. And I fought that in my own district for a long time. We've only, I think, two properties, a commercial building and a residential building in the 6.5 years that I've been on council. And it's because they had reached such a point that they were beyond redemption. And it's not just that they're beyond redemption, but the owners, the people who had legal title to both of these properties, and the ones that I vote in favor of taking down, either are deceased, are not available, just have expressed no interest in the property for a very long time. So when I vote yes on this, I hope people don't take that as I'm just doing this on the fly. What I'm doing is really trying to help the neighborhoods in those areas, the property owners and the renters there who are living there and trying to have a nice life and not invite problems that these properties so often do. So I just felt the need to say that. But you know what? There's always something more that we can do, So both of these things could use more people working on them, probably a little more funding. So anyway, that's it. That's all I want to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Councilor Benton.
Yeah, I'm very sympathetic to Councilor Pena's statement about this, and I've been through quite a few of these, being an old timer on the council now, they run the gamut, right? They run the gamut from ones where I really pushed. I guess at the time it was still the planning department, whoever was managing the program for these condemnations, or whatever we're calling them, to hold off until a property owner actually was able in Borellis to bring a house back. And every time I ride by there and I see that house, I think, damn, we saved that one, But then another house on Borellis Road, I'm not picking on Borellis or anything, but was an incredibly interesting historic house on Borellis Road. And in that case, it was a family with multiple heirs. They couldn't agree. Some of them wanted to keep it and try to renovate it. Others didn't. It was heartbreaking. It ended up getting demolished. And another one right down the street from our house here in our neighborhood. And the neighborhood has really supported trying, a couple of different proposals were put forth to the present owner, who hasn't been doing anything. Absentee owner, by the way, out of state. And it's come to naught. And now, that building is at the point where, again, it's like the one we were talking about before. It's a hazard to the neighborhood. I mean, if it burns down, it could easily burn down 2 adjacent houses. And I really appreciate also what Councilor Gibson has been doing with this abandoned task force. I totally support that. And I also really agree with what Councilor Pena is saying is that some of these could be brought back. Maybe, maybe the cost benefit analysis on them may be marginal, but there are sometimes historic houses that contribute to the fabric of a neighborhood. And if they could be brought back and put to good use for affordable housing or, something along those lines, I would really like to pitch in with that, Councilor Gibson. And I'm sorry I haven't helped much with that, with your efforts on that. And maybe Councilor Pena and you and I could sit down and talk about, what are the opportunities? What are we missing here? Because I often think that when these come along, sometimes I look at it and they go, wow, look at that cute historic house. And all the neighbors hate it and want it to go away, but we don't really have a program, a strong program, or the funding, I don't believe, identified to get in and subsidize the saving of some of those properties. So it's a tough one. But I tend to go with the neighborhood, whatever they say.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. I see Councilor Pena again, and if we have no other, then we'll move to close. But Councilor Pena. We'll check your mic again, Councilor Pena. There we go.
Did I get it? Okay. Councilor Gibson, Councilor Benton, I would definitely, like to look into that further, because I think it's a great opportunity. Sometimes I see this as a way of sometimes in neighborhoods and communities, especially like in Barelas, where you have neighbors who have lived there generationally from families, and maybe the upkeep hasn't been there. And unfortunately, sometimes they get pushed out, and it creates gentrification in our communities, because then they fix it up and, move on to something else. So, anything that we can do to keep people who, especially in the city of Albuquerque and communities like Barelas and neighborhoods like mine that have been there generationally, to keep them in place. I'm definitely all about that. So look forward to the conversation.
So, Mr. President, can I just real quick
go ahead
add to that? One of the things that we did do in moving as far as we have, along with the VASP endeavors, is that we created, we made sure that not only code enforcement would get some of the benefits from this, because they always need help, but also we had some of that, we made a provision in the ordinance to fund, I don't remember what it's called, but it's for people who do need money, to help do a project, to help them stay in the house a little bit longer. And I think, so those two things, getting funding, a funding stream going, I think is really important, so that is available for exactly the things you're talking about.
Thank you, Councilor Gibson. I think that's a great way to close. And so I'll just say, on behalf of the neighborhood who's been waiting on this a long time, we urge your support. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
No.
Councilor Sena. Councilor Sena. Yes, thank you. Councilor Davis.
Yes.
That passes on a 7-1 vote. Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. Thank you for your support. Next up, Councilor Benton, R28, bicycles.
Thank you, Mr. President. R28 is adopting the Silver Avenue Bike Boulevard review, making recommendations within the plan policy priorities for the Silver Avenue Bike Boulevard between Yale Boulevard and the Paseo del Bosque Trail. I move it to pass.
And I'll second that. Councilors, other discussion?
Mr. President, just quickly, if I could, just a little bit of background, and Ms. Morris is here and can talk about it as well. But those of you who are familiar with the Silver Bike Boulevard, it's been in place for a long time. In the recent past, Councilor Garduno, followed by President Davis, did a pretty good modern update to the Bike Boulevard east of Yale. And so that leaves this longer segment really west of Yale that includes one of the most difficult, or two of the most difficult impediments to the thing working, the Bike Boulevard working, and those are the railroad and I-25. So this plan, I think, was really well thought through by the consultant. They came up with, considering how complex those two barriers are, came up with a very cost-effective, common sense kind of ways of helping people who are not expert cyclists. So Bike Boulevard is really about more family-friendly kind of cycling, more leisurely cycling, where you could have kids along with you. It's not for the hard-boiled commuter that's going to ride in, for instance, the bike lanes on London Pole, as good as those are for an experienced cyclist. We took a good look at the conditions, and I think they came up with a very good plan. But Ms. Morris can probably fill us in on that, and we'll take any questions.
President, Councillor Davis, yes. So this study reviews the section of the Silver Bike Boulevard from Yale West to the river. The plan contains a list of recommendations. They range in scope from painting and striping improvements and signage improvements to the improvements that Councillor Benson mentioned of crossing under the freeway and over the railroad tracks. It also includes recommendations for other key intersections throughout the Bike Boulevard to improve accessibility for cyclists, but also pedestrians. These improvements would improve the area for anyone using the space, as well as drivers. Improve visibility and signage. It lets people know what's going on and helps everyone. The plan has a pricing list of each of the items with a general ballpark pricing associated with each of those. The way that the plan recommendations are set out is if money's available to do everything, you can do everything, but you can also pick things out and do them as funding becomes available, and in whatever order is appropriate. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Councillor, for the introduction. Councillors, opportunity to ask questions. Going once, going twice. Seeing none, Councillor Benton to close.
Yes, thanks, and thanks for pointing that out, Petra. That although it's called a Bike Boulevard, these facilities have been very popular in the neighborhoods through which they pass, and they tend to choose streets that are calmer to begin with. But of course, when you got to cross a major interstate and a railroad right away, things get complicated. So none of this is paid for yet. It's nothing but a plan with estimates, and we'll have to see how it can be funded. But I think the good news is also that, as Ms. Morris just said, we can tackle some of the real, the simple stuff, the signage and just basic small moves as funds become available and without a lot of expenditure. So I urge your support.
Thank you, Councillor. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson. Councillor Gibson. Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena. Is that a yes, Councillor Pena?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you. Councillor Sena.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously with Councillor Harris excused.
Thank you. Congratulations, Councillor Benton. Councillors, it's been another 2 hours. And so normally we've been trying to take a break we said we would, but here's what I'm thinking we're going to do. We've only have 4 other items, only one of which I think is going to generate any significant debate. And so unless there's any objection, I think we're just going to move forward. But if you need to step away, by all means, just close your video out, and we won't do any votes without everybody's participation. But I think we can get through the rest of these fairly quickly. And so unless there's any objection, I think we're just going to try to move forward here and see what we can get done. And if anybody feels like we need a break, just raise your hand, let us know, and we'll take care of it. Next up, Councilor Sena, Councilor Gibson, R77, amending appropriations for the Earlier Support and Recovery Program.
Thank you, Mr. President. R77 is amending the appropriations for the Coronavirus Support and Recovery Program. I move it do pass.
Second.
I was going to say, Councilor Gibson has the second there. Councilor Sena, do you want to explain the bill or anything further?
Yeah, sure. I was just wanting to note that it is just amending the $1 million that we have already supported, as some organizations rejected some of the funding that was put forward. So we've had the really tough process of once again going through all of our applications and designating those funds that were rejected to others. And I just want to say, I really want to thank the Family and Community Services Department, Ellen, Councilor Gibson, fellow Councilor Gibson, Mike and Jeff from our council staff for really working through with us. Again, this isn't easy to award these grants because so many nonprofits are really stepping up to help our communities. And so we were able to go through the process once again and make those changes that you'll see in your packet. So I urge your support and just want to thank those that participated for really stepping up and helping us get through this.
Thank you, Councilor Sena. I see Councilor Gibson's on deck. I also note that Director Pierce and her team are there and available. And I just want to echo for government work, getting this much money out the door and then repurposing what wasn't able to be used the first time in just a couple of weeks is a pretty amazing feat, given the crisis and how much everybody's working together. And I think it just goes to show that we created a really great system that was included everybody's voice, really focused everybody's attention, included everybody to really focus on communities that needed assistance, and shows that we could do that. And I appreciate you and Councilor Gibson in particular working on those, and along with our staff. So I see that Director Pierce is raising her hand, but I want to go to the other co-sponsor first, as is our practice, to let Councilor Gibson, if she has any comments before we go to the administrator.
Just very briefly, because I think you hit it on the head. I don't think I've ever seen us move this quickly. But the reason we were able to move this quickly is because everybody was really willing to drop everything else and focus on this. So this just takes care of the last little bit that was not accepted for various different reasons, and things don't always go the way you think they're going to go. So this takes care of that, and I'm just glad that we're going to get this money out the door, the last of it out the door. Thank you.
Director, I want to give you a chance to weigh in here. Your team did a great job and has to administer all the paperwork and get this money out and in the field. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you, Council President Davis and all the councilors. I just echo Commissioner Sena and Commissioner Gibson's comments. Really a big team effort, really proud to get this money out in the community. When I gave an update a few weeks ago, we had just like 3 straggler contracts just from the logistical details. I wanted to assure you those are all out the door now. So, and these supplementary contracts that you're approving tonight, we revved up our engines. We were ready to go, just waiting for the approval tonight. And what really I'm excited about is one of our fellow sister departments, Equity and Inclusion. They're working on a wonderful resource directory that will be available soon, that will be available to the community to get the word out when somebody's looking for eviction prevention or food, or one of the many things that money went for, is they can use that as a directory. So I think that's going to be really important, and that will be available this week. But that's the fine work of Equity and Inclusion. Thank you.
Carol, thanks. And I think that's a great model. We've talked for a while about creating that directory for all kinds of things, including the new community service department that will help us sort of limit the need to send first responders where those other services can be available, and the 768 helpline that we just did a proclamation on earlier. So thanks for all that. Other counselors, other discussion, and if not, last call from the sponsors for a close, and then we'll go to Ms. Ortega. Counselor Sena or Counselor Gibson, I think you both made a good close.
Report. Thank you very much.
Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Congratulations, counselors. And next up, counselors Borrego and Gibson, R78.
Counselor Gibson, would you like for me to discuss
Sure.
this?
You're very good at this. Go ahead.
Well, you are too. I would like to move R78, and R78 is approving fiscal year 2021 appropriation to provide for outdoor dining and outdoor retail grants to local businesses. And basically what this bill does is it provides $300,000 in addition to the mayor's $200,000, which was appropriated very recently for activities that include both outdoor dining and outdoor retail grants. And this would be used for additional tents. We've already had over 100 businesses, restaurants come in for the outdoor tents, and many of you all who've had some dining in the recent weeks have seen those tents increase, and that's been a very successful bill that Councilor Gibson and I sponsored a couple of months ago. And so this basically what it does is it provides additional funding to assist those small businesses. And also it expands it to outdoor retail. So small businesses, as we had a discussion some time ago, and Councilor Bassan remembers probably when we talked about what a small business was. But this would provide funding for barricades, for example, or as Councilor, whatever would help to assist in that business expanding outdoors. So that would be determined as they make their applications with the Department of Economic Development. And so I urge your support on that. And I think we need a second, right, Councilor Davis?
We do, and I suspect your co-sponsor is that. She's usually very good at it. I see her raise her hand, so we'll take Councilor Gibson as the second. And Councilor Gibson for any opening comments. And then I believe the sponsors have an amendment that I'll let you present as well, and then we'll move to other debate or discussion. Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we do have a floor amendment. It's in your iPads. Mine's here somewhere.
I can read that, Councilor Gibson, if you'd like me to, if you want to move that. Okay, is that a motion to move it? I'll read it into the record. On page 2, line 7, after the term retail, insert the following language: in parking lots. Number 2, on page 2, after line 8, insert the following: whereas Council Resolution R 2087 is currently being proposed and would direct the administration to expand the active streets initiative established by R 2059 in order to also facilitate safe, socially distanced outdoor commercial food and beverage service opportunities on certain streets for the duration of the current public health emergency orders. And this basically addresses a bill that's coming up that Councilor Benton is sponsoring. So it actually would make an amendment to his bill as well, or include his bill in this amendment, rather. Second.
Thanks. And so Councilor Borrego seconds. Can I ask a point of clarification, Ms. Yara? Can you clarify for us just a little bit about that second part and how it relates to Resolution 2059? I want to be sure we're clear about how these two pieces go together and how much we're appropriating.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. The second part of this amendment is actually adding a whereas statement to the current bill that's up for discussion. Just kind of actually setting more a tone to say that a bill will be proposed to you that would allow retail, commercial and outdoor dining space into streets as well as into their parking areas. So I believe the sponsor just wanted to make sure that these are complementary initiatives. The $500,000 being appropriated in this bill would cover the $200,000 for the mayor's grants that he actually recently made some awards on, and then bumping that up another $300,000. So this would be for things like tents, whatever these businesses need to set up an outdoor area. That's in contrast to Councilor Benton's bill, our 87, which would allow streets to be actually blocked off and barricaded to provide for retail and dining space. And there's another $500,000 being proposed for that purpose. So that's the difference.
Thanks, Ms. Yara. And just to clarify, they're not contrasting. They could be complementary. Is that right? It's
Yes,
just that the
they
appropriations
can work
were separate.
together.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Just to clarify, thank you. I appreciate that. And so, councilors, we have a couple of folks up for question or conversation. I have councilors Gibson, Borrego, and Bassan.
Counselor, I just wanted to clarify something.
Of course.
With regard to the bill, the $200,000 has already been appropriated by the mayor. And so we are adding in our bill an additional $300,000. And it's also important to note that this is coming from the CARES Act funding.
Thank you. Councilor Gibson. Thank you, ma'am, for that clarification. I'm sorry, Councilor Gibson.
The dog won't let me use my mouse. So I just wanted to talk a little bit. There's obviously a need for this. There is a demand for help for not only restaurateurs, but merchants, retailers who certainly took advantage and continue to take advantage of the idea of expanding into parking lots or common areas, sidewalks. But it costs money to do that, and they're already stretched trying to make payroll and just keep the lights on. So not only would this provide shade cover, but it would also could potentially be used for temperature control. It's been very hot. I haven't been out yet onto a patio, but I understand this. Unless you go and, can be there later, quite a bit later, it can be pretty toasty. So there are portable coolers, air chillers that are available. Also, there's not only to produce, an aesthetically pleasing environment as much as you can out of a parking lot, but there's a large safety element here. Barriers sometimes are needed depending on where you are. So all of those things can get quite costly. And I think this is an excellent use of CARES Act money. Let's keep people employed. Let's keep businesses in business. And obviously we found out from the $200,000 that Mayor Keller made available that there's a lot of interest and need for that. So this will augment that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Bassan, then Councilor Sena.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have several questions, whether it be for the sponsors or maybe administration with regards to this and its implementation. Of course, I am absolutely an advocate for helping out businesses and making sure that people can use these facilities safely and we can do what we can, especially with the CARES money. But I have a few questions as to how do people apply? And I know that it says to the Economic Development Department, but how are they going to apply and who gets selected? And also, how much does each recipient receive, or what are the metrics, again, involved in this process?
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. I think that goes to economic development, and in that screen, I see a very small firefighter and two other people who I think will help us answer that question. Does the administration have that?
Councilor President Davis and Councilor Bassan, Karen Iverson with our Metropolitan Redevelopment Agency will be giving you a structure of how we have proceeded so far with the outdoor, if you will, restaurant expansions. Set up a completely, a very long matrix, if you will, about amount of money awarded per business, depending on the expansion requests, etc. And so, and it's really a pretty good matrix as it relates to the size of the business, what the expansion is going to be, and then moving forward with making sure that if they're in the city's right of way, or if they're in a private area space, etc., and then what kind of facilities they might need, whether it's a structure that's built or whether it's on a canopy of sorts that maybe can be rented or leased out. And so I'm thinking that she is available now to give you some information, so I may turn it over to her.
Ms. Iverson, if I see you there in economic development. Oh, we see you, we just can't hear you. There we go.
Okay, great. Thank you, President Davis. Mr. Ryle, thank you very much, councilors. So the grants are, the application for a grant is available at cabq.gov/outward-dining. I'll say that again because I messed it up. cabq.gov/outdoor-dining is the website to get the application. It's a SurveyMonkey web form, very simple for people to fill out and upload their information. The awards range from $2,500 to $5,000, depending on what type of outdoor expansion they're seeking. If they're seeking a sidewalk dining expansion, it's the low end. If they are proposing to expand into a street, it's at the higher end of that scale. So far, we have had 100 folks apply. We have, last week, we ran the first lottery of people. We're selecting people via a lottery. So if we have more applicants than we have funding, then they go into a lottery. And there is a preference for businesses that are located either in a metropolitan redevelopment district or a main street. There's also a preference for businesses that are owned by women-owned or small minority business owners. We have chosen the first group batch of applicants. And at that time, we were able, because we had 30 lottery slots and we had 29 applicants, everybody was able to be an awardee. And we're hoping to run that lottery every week to 10 days as we get new applications in.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Mr. President, I have a few more questions regarding this, if I can. Thank you. So that helps. Is this proposed $300,000 just adding on to the $200,000 and the same exact process for the same, or are we going to be separating and just using the same evaluation in order for the applicants?
I can answer that question, and yes, Counselor, it is for the same exact process.
But we're increasing that original $200,000 now to be a total of 500,000.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then can people apply duplicatively? Can they get it once and then do this again if we don't have, or if they've already gone through and now we're increasing funding, or is it just one company and business allowed?
President Davis, Councilwoman Bassan, I believe we will have more demand than we have funding. We chose to make it available to one grant per company. So that's the way we're administering it right now. If we got to a position where demand seemed to be running out, I think we could look at going back to the list and having higher grants, but that doesn't seem to be the trajectory that we're on.
Thank you. That makes sense. And then my final question is, can people apply retroactively for supplies if they've already gotten fencing, or if they've already purchased a cooler or safety supplies and expanded? Are they able to go back and say, hey, we've already paid for this, can we get this grant and get reimbursed for what we've already paid out?
President Davis, Councilwoman Bassan, yes, the grant funds are available to reimburse costs back to when outdoor dining was first made available in May.
Awesome. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Councilor Senna.
Mr. President, if I might just add to one point for the council's information. Keep in mind that all of these awardees must get permits from the city through the proper channels, if you will, for expansions, fire marshal review, environmental health, etc. So I just want to make sure that that's one of the requirements that's important to appreciate as we move through this, so that everyone's in compliance with the city's rules.
Thank you. Mr. President, can I follow up with that, please?
Yes, ma'am, very briefly.
Thank you. So Mr. Rael, so people can use, as written in this, they can use it to actually pay to expand the space and any means necessary for that, right?
I will
As
have
long
Ms.
as they
Iverson.
follow the permitting process and such.
Go ahead, Karen. Go ahead, Karen.
Ms. Iverson, go ahead. We can't hear you.
Thank you, President Davis. Councilwoman Bassan, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. Could you please repeat it?
Sure. Can businesses use, if they get if they apply for this grant and they follow all the permitting process properly, can they, this is just for any means for expansion, or is this for more of the aesthetics of dining to make it more enticing? You know, just so that way we can make sure to tell our constituents too how best they can go about receiving these and applying for them.
President Davis, Councilwoman Bassan, the funds are available for, they're really geared to the expansion of space, but there are a lot of costs associated with even getting an existing patio, having the right PPE, having additional staff, having security, that, you know, it's slightly flexible in that sense, but the main thrust of it is for people to expand their capacity with expanded outdoor dining areas.
Councilor Bassan, the way that the bill is written, it's to facilitate safe, socially distanced outdoor commercial food and beverage service opportunities. And so that's the Councilor Benton's bill, but this particular bill is kind of mirrors that, but it also includes retail expansion. So any opportunity that would allow for that to occur, and within reason, I mean, you know, I think that would be up to the code enforcement folks when they're giving out the permit, and the fire department.
Okay.
And I see our deputy chief sitting there, so he may want to comment on that.
It's more just a question about the permanent expansion of patio. Like if a restaurant has permanent patio space, can it be expanded further, or is this just on the dwellings and retail spaces that don't currently have an outdoor space?
I'm gonna guess that it's based on the site plan that they present, because each site plan, and it's just, a drawing that would be code enforcement, and I don't know if Brennan is available, but each one is looked at individually.
Thank you. Councilor Senna, we're back to you as our final counselor, and then we'll go back to the sponsors to close.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. My question is, what has been the outreach that's been done specifically to, you touched on it briefly about there's preference to businesses that are owned by communities of color, but what specific outreach has been done? Is the application in multiple languages? Is there an interpretation line that can be called into to apply for that grant?
Is that Iverson?
President Davis, Councilwoman Sena. Yes, the application is currently available in Spanish and in English. Applicants can use the city's translation services, and we've made outreach through all of the Chamber of Commerce associations, including the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and the Black Chamber of Commerce.
One of my questions too specifically is a lot of our Asian American owned, Pacific Islander owned businesses have been hit particularly hard well before feeling the impacts of the pandemic, namely because of anti-Asian sentiment and racism due to the coronavirus. So my question really is to emphasize that an outreach to these businesses are pretty critical because they're facing a lot of the impacts well before we as a city even felt the impacts. So I hope that the outreach is being done beyond the chambers of commerce, beyond some of these organizations, because we don't currently have an Asian American Chamber of Commerce within the city. But I know that we certainly do need that and to have that outreach. I've had many constituents reach out to me, being the first Vietnamese American elected official in the city, having these concerns that they have a language barrier access, or that they just didn't know by the time they did know the grant process had already ended. So I just want to make sure that it's emphasized and stressed, and it's well beyond Vietnamese owned businesses, as we have a very large Asian American population here. But I just want to stress that. And my question is also, I would like to know the composition, such as the demographics of some of the awardees that have already been granted, to make sure that it's an equitable process. Is it possible to get a list of those?
President Davis, Councilwoman Sena, yes, that's absolutely doable. We would be more than happy to provide you a list and the demographics of the folks who have applied. And I also like to defer to Director Jaramillo, who has something to add to the outreach possibility.
Yes, Council President Davis and Councilor Sena, I want you to know that we're moving forward with working with the newly formed Asian Business Collaborative, working with a young woman by the name of Cristel Ciarza. And so we have been intentional. We will make sure that we're working hand in glove with that organization newly formed. And we will, again, be intentional at reaching out to Asian American business owners, Pacific Islander business owners. And we're actually looking to deploy a partnership with Cristel and the new organization. And so I just wanted to bring that up and let you know that we're moving forward with that opportunity.
Thank you for that. And Mr. President, just want to follow up. I appreciate that Director Jaramillo, as Ms. Ciarza did approach me as well, and we've had conversations about what we can be doing to step up to help our communities. So I'm glad that you're in conversation, as she's kind of looped me into that as well. My next question and last question is really to ask, for those that have had, a violation of the public health order, is that consideration, say, they just didn't know, or maybe they were willfully violating it. Is that a consideration into applying to this application for the grant funding?
President Davis, Councilor Senna, we have not really had any types of violations from businesses, restaurants, anything like that to really compare the two or to cross-reference those that apply for this grant and those that have been cited for any type of public health order violation. So right now we have not been looking into that at all and haven't had to.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilor Senna. Councilors, as a reminder, we are on floor amendment number 1 in the motion to approve floor amendment number 1 offered by Councilors Borrego and Gibson. And so we'll let those sponsors make any final request for approval, and otherwise we'll go to Ms. Ortega for the vote. Councilor Borrego.
Urge your support.
Councilor Gibson. She says ditto. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Senna.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
That amendment passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we are back on the bill as amended. And so back to the sponsors, Councilor Borrego and Gibson to close if you have any further comment.
Urge your support.
Councilor Gibson. She says no, she's good. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Senna.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously as amended.
Thank you. And I disappeared. Thank you. And councilors, just to keep this conversation rolling, we're going to take the last 2 items out of order. Councilor Benton, we're going to put you on deck and present R87 next, since it relates to this dining issue. And we started that conversation, and then we'll end tonight with R80, which is the motion that Councilor Pena, or the resolution Councilor Pena added to the for immediate action. So Councilor Benton, you.
Thank you, Mr. President. R87 is directing the administration to expand the Active Streets Initiative established by R2059 in order to also facilitate safe, socially distanced outdoor commercial food and beverage service opportunities on certain streets during the present public health emergency. I move it do pass.
Second.
And we do.
Councilor Benton, we lost you a little.
Sorry. Can you hear me okay? All right.
Other folks can, I can't. So I'm going to work on my end. Just keep talking.
All right. Well, yeah, so we do have a floor amendment in the iPads. I think this was from Councilor Borrego, if I'm not mistaken. But I did want to address and probably ask Councilor Borrego about it. But basically what this is expanding on a bill that we passed at our last meeting after the very quick action, and I appreciate that action by the DMD and by the administration to identify streets for the for closure with the Active Streets proposal. I got some requests with, and these are for businesses that really don't have a parking lot that's appropriate for conversion. So they don't have much of a sidewalk. They don't have much of a parking lot that could be used. These tend to be in the older parts of town where there is no, there historically has not been a parking requirement, but they've been operating over the years. So the idea was to expand this somewhat. And we did identify funding for it within the CARES Act. because the big cost of a street closure is the barricading. Or, I mean, almost the only cost of a temporary street closure is the barricading. But I intentionally, when Mr. Melenders and I were drafting this, we did consider the retail component or the possibility for retail out in the street as well. My conclusion was that this money was not going to go very far because of the highly expensive barricading, and that unlike retail, which can still be open, most of it under the current emergency, food service and beverage service is not allowed indoors at all. So we made that distinction in the bill and batted it back and forth. We had it both ways. And Councilor Borrego's amendment would add the retail. I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but I know that some of these entities, and again, they're probably typically in Old Town, downtown, Nob Hill, places like that, where they have a historic storefront type development pattern without necessarily any parking lot or any significant sidewalk to expand onto. But that's what the bill's about. And Mr. Melenders is still here. He could probably answer some questions as well, but we did narrowly define it that way. But I very much appreciate the references from Councilor Borrego and Gibson in their bill.
So we have moved the bill, but I don't think we technically moved the amendment yet. Councilor Borrego, I assume you have that motion for floor amendment number 1. I just want to be sure we keep ourselves together here as we get to the end.
I do, Councilor Davis. Would you like me to read that into the record real quick?
The amendment's been available and it's fairly lengthy. And so I think if it's okay, if you want to read the explanation, I think that would be helpful, but I know it's been available for review.
Yeah, and it's really just clarifying some things and adding the retail establishments. So, I think that Councilor Benton's bill is great, and I think it really does handle areas that are more inner city neighborhoods that have a different development pattern, as he mentioned. So I think I would move this bill, and I hope to have a second.
So the motion on the floor is for floor amendment number 1. Do we have a second? I see Councilor Gibson saying yes, and so we'll take her as a second. Councilors, discussion on floor amendment number 1. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if we can get a little bit of, follow up from maybe planning and Director Williams regarding Councilor Benton's comment about how it was considered with retail spaces. But I'm leaning and agreeing with Councilor Benton on, I'm not really opposed to it. I mean, I'm happy to help more and more local small businesses, especially. However, people can go inside and shop at these retail stores. So I'm wondering what planning says about the reality and the kind of the realistic purposes, and if it's going to make it harder to help more people, or if it won't matter, or kind of where we're at with that.
Mr. Real, I think I want to start with you on that one. Any thoughts on sort of how this might go?
Mr. President and Councilor Bassan, a couple of things that I think are we have taken into consideration, and unfortunately Mr. Brennan did leave early, but one of the interesting issues about this particular amendment is that it works well in streets where you don't have competing, if you will, businesses, where you have maybe a restaurant that might want to use a part of the street, but across the street there's a retail shop that relies on traffic, to flow in front of the restaurant, or where you have different types of restaurants that maybe you have a grab and go restaurant like a sandwich shop next to a more traditional dining restaurant, and we have to keep the streets open. So that's the conversation that we have to take into consideration as we look at this expansion, because this actually does, in some cases, require us to close a portion of the street or put in the appropriate barricades. And so it's fairly unique in that there's not very many areas of the city where you can do this completely. I don't know if I'll defer to Councilor Benton whether or not this was also, if you were interested in applying this to retail. But that's the challenge we have on this particular bill, is just managing the actual access on the street for different types of businesses. And so there's going to be some streets where this is going to work really well because you'll have businesses across the street from each other that are compatible. And there'll be some areas where we may not be able to do it because of the different needs from the businesses and or that are on that street.
So, Mr. President, if I can respond and ask one more question regarding that, and if Councilor Benton, if you want to pitch into with that, I'd be grateful. I guess I'm wondering where that boundary between it being beneficial and being too cumbersome comes in, and I would hate to pass this and say, okay, well, some retail and some restaurants can do it now versus all of them originally in the plan. So I'm kind of needing some guidance on recommendations with that, if anyone's willing to offer them up.
I think I go back to Councilor Benton since it's your bill, sir.
Yeah, just quickly, the bill anticipates that there are fairly limited number of places where this would be applicable. And that the kind of scenario that Mr. Ryle was talking about should be considered by the administration when they're looking at this. And again, I'm not opposed to including retail in it, but I think there probably should be a tier of some kind, given that, as we discussed, you can still go on. You can enter that retail establishment where indoor dining is prohibited. At least that's the current situation. So recognizing that, certainly recognizing the scenario that Mr. Ryle was talking about, if there's some kind of competing interest, then that the administration needs to be an arbiter of that without question. We didn't create some large volume of rules about this, and we basically established the rulemaking and the process to be dealt with by the administration in the same way that they dealt with the active streets. They kind of put it out there, and people made suggestions about active streets, and they've now down to the ones that are feasible. In the same way, this could happen with or without the retail, and I would trust our friends in the administration to make the right call. But I think it will become evident that some places could really use the help, and they are again on low volume streets. This is not intended for some closure of a lane on Central Avenue, for instance. This is for local streets with fairly low volumes. So, but it could really make the difference, make or break for some of the restaurants and maybe retail as well.
So one more response, Mr. President, then I'll be done. Thank you. So Councilor Borrego, would you consider a friendly amendment to your amendment, if that's possible, to add to it that in cases where there are conflicting spaces between retail and restaurants, the restaurant option might prevail or will prevail?
Yes. And I was going to, just for comfort level, Councilor Bassan, if you remember a couple of meetings ago when we originally proposed these concepts in several of our bills, Councilor Gibson and I, we did include retail. So in order to be consistent, this really is just following that lead. And yes, absolutely, I think your amendment is great. And we could add that as number 7 to floor amendment 1.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the conversation, all of you, and for willing to do that.
Okay, so Councilor Borrego will adopt the friendly amendment, and I see sitting here with Ms. Yara, Ms. Ortega, they've captured that, and we'll be sure to get that correct in the final version. And so, Councilor Borrego, you were next anyway. I just want to add to that and just note that we just heard a great.
You just heard my comment. That was my comment. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That's perfect. And I know we just heard a presentation from the administration in the last bill about how the administration had set up that the screening parameters to look at some of those issues around neighborhood needs, equity, opportunity and otherwise. And so I joined Councilor Benton in saying I trust the administration to get this right and to look at those issues. And I appreciate that. So Councilor Benton, we are still on floor amendment number 1, which is Councilor Borrego's amendment. But you're the last commenter, and then we'll close for.
Unless Councilor Borrego wants anything different, I would just accept her amendment with Councilor Bassan's friendly amendment as a friendly amendment in and of itself. We can avoid the voting. But somebody tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, Councilor. Yes, we are going to adopt Councilor Bassan's number 7 to Councilor Borrego's amendment, but we do have to vote on amendment number 1.
That's fine.
So we do have to do that, which is where we are. And so we'll call that question floor amendment number 1, Ms. Ortega, to take the roll.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thanks. Councilor Benton, we are back on your bill as amended by floor amendment number 1. I don't see any other discussion, and I know we've had broad discussion here. So if you'll make your close, we'll give everybody a chance to jump in if they have something. But I think this is.
Sure, I'll make it quick. And I do appreciate the whole council really collectively has really stepped up on some of these bills, and the administration has been gracious about some of our crazy deadlines that we've set for them. So I think this dovetails well with all of our efforts, and we're trying to do all we can for business, local business, and especially, I do want to single out restaurants because of their recent changes where they were open and now they're closed again, and their heads are spinning. So where's your support?
Thank you, Councilor Benton. Seeing no other discussion, Ms. Ortega will call the count.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously as amended with Counselor Harris excused.
Thank you. And councilors, we are back on our last bill of the evening. Councilor Pena, you moved to put R80 on the agenda tonight for immediate action. So will you present your legislation?
So, thank you, Mr. President. R80 is establishing a community-based process to find solutions for La Hornada installation. I move a do pass.
Thank you, councilors. Do we have a second? I see several, which looks like Councilor Sena. I'll take that one. I usually take the other one, so we'll take yours today. Councilor Pena, do you want to present background on your bill, and then we'll go to questions?
Yeah, I can just kind of read off the summary. It says this resolution directs the administration to complete a community input process to provide recommendations regarding the display and or placement of La Hornada artwork, which includes the statue of Spanish settler Juan de Oñate. But anyway, I think the write-up just talks about, because I think when they actually installed this, they made sure not to name any of the statues. So I think this might be a not correct in our write-up. But anyway, which is considered to be, one of them is which is considered to be Juan de Oñate. The piece is part of the Albuquerque Museum's public art collection, and it sits on the grounds outside the museum. Community recommendations for installation will be presented to the Albuquerque Arts Board for review, and then would be submitted to City Council for consideration. So just wanted to say that, I mean, this has been, being a Hispanic woman from the city of Albuquerque and having a long history, that my family goes back at least 16 generations here, to the 1600s. I think this is an important conversation. I know when it happened, I was very concerned about the way and the process that occurred to get to where we got to with the removal of the statue. I just think it's important now, with the support of the artist, the statue was removed and placed in a safe place until there can be a decision made. And, I know talking with the administration about putting this forward, the easy thing for me to do or anyone to do is to let the administration, the mayor, make the decision on this. But for me personally, I think it's important as a body to make a decision, and especially considering this body is made up of it's pretty diverse in its makeup, and I think it's important to have that input. And it's really not going to be us ultimately making the decision, because this is part of a community conversation. And I know the mayor, having talked to him early on, he knows how upset I was. I shared a few words with him, but we talked about this. He talked about this race history and healing project, which I was concerned of, that an Anglo mayor would be kind of leading this initially, so I talked to him, and I talked to Congresswoman Holland about us coming together and really making a collective decision on this, and really going out and reaching out to the community to see how we address our complex history in the city of Albuquerque. I've said this time and time again, but I'm of Hispanic descent, and yet I have like 25% indigenous, so it's one of those things that it just depends on the, we're the conquers and the conquered, right? So it just depends on what day of the week we decide to hate ourselves as a community, and I think the same holds true for our Native American brothers and sisters who are have Hispanic in them as well, our indigenous brothers and sisters. So I just think that this is an important process. They're doing a really good job. I have to commend the folks at Cultural Services for really being of service to community leaders who have already gotten together and met, and they're creating team leaders to have these discussions, and they're made up of lots of a variety of people. One of the things I made sure of is to talk to the staff to say that they really needed to reach out and branch out outside of the typical people that were going to make up these team leaders. And I think we have people from Cultural Services here maybe to talk about it, but I really want to give a shout out to Alicia. I think she's been kind of the calming voice in all of this. So do we have a director here?
I see Director Sanchez. Dr. Sanchez is here. Yep.
So I don't know if you wanted to add anything, Director.
Thank you, Council President Davis and Councilor Pena. Yeah, we really appreciate all the conversation. I know that Councilor Pena had a lot of really strong and also very powerful guidance for us at the very beginning of this when we started putting it together. I feel really good about the team that we put together to support the process, and some really wonderful facilitators that we brought in from the community to lead the dialogue. And we do have about 30 very different community members who have volunteered to host sessions, so that we make sure we're bringing a lot of different people in. And in addition, we have some open community sessions so that anybody can sign up and participate. We have about 300 people on our mailing list for this project, just give them updates, and we're hoping to build that every day. We started our sessions last week, and they're going really well. They're very powerful, and they're very respectful, but they're also very honest. And I think that's what's going to lead us to really good recommendations that we will be able to share with the Arts Board, and will ultimately share with City Council for your review.
Councilor Pena. I think we can't hear you, ma'am. Councilor Pena, back.
Yeah, got it. Director Sanchez, Thank you. I appreciate that. And yes, you know, I'll talk about one of, I don't know what you're calling them again. I keep saying team leaders, and I don't think that's what they're actually called. But, you know, one of them is Adrian Carriaga, and he went out and he really solicited people to be part of his team. And he's really got a really good, diverse team that I'm actually very excited to hear about the conversations they have. You know, I know that Jeanette Baca, Moises Gonzalez, who, you know, was kind of, you know, for the removal, you know, so I really appreciate the fact that he's come to the table to have these discussions in a real good, positive way. So I really appreciate that. And I appreciate a lot and everybody who was on his team and the others. So I urge your support. I don't know if anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Counselor. We have a number of counselors with who want to weigh in on this, as we might expect. The first one I saw was Counselor Borrego, and so we'll start with her, and then we'll go through the list. Counselor Borrego.
There you go. Thank you, Councilor Davis. Thank you, Councilor Pena. I hope I don't get cut off because I can see that I have very limited battery charge left. But I appreciate what Councilor Pena is doing. But I did receive some phone calls today, about noon today, from some very prominent Hispanic leaders who said that they had not heard about this and they were concerned that they had not had an opportunity to weigh in on the bill. And I said, well, you still have a little bit of time to get your comments in. Of course, I don't think they did really, because it was like 12:30. So I'm a little concerned that we haven't heard from, you know, the sort of input on this particular bill. So I would ask Councilor Pena if she would consider possibly deferring this for 30 days so that we can hear from some of those leaders. I don't think it would change anything that, you know, we're trying to accomplish in this bill. It would give some people an opportunity to weigh in on it. And, you know, going for immediate action tonight is really pretty quick. And while I understand the process that the mayor's office is going through and the cultural services division, I still think that, you know, it's a really good opportunity. If we're serious about community input, then we should have people have that opportunity. I thought about possibly sending it to one of our committees, but I think, you know, in 30 days we could, I mean, we don't have to go to a committee. I think we could just bring it back to the full council and consider it at that point. So I would make a motion that we defer this for 30 days.
And so we have a motion on the floor for a deferral until our September 9th meeting. Since we have other counselors in the queue, I'll ask you to wave your hand this way. And so Counselor Sena is a second, I believe. We'll do that. Oh, I'm sorry, she's not going to second. If there's a second, I'll second that motion for the deferral until September 9th, which will be the motion on the floor for the moment. And so we'll go through the list of counselors, and I ask you to include your conversation both about the deferral and the underlying bill, just in hopes that we can keep our conversation and our debate on track. And so we'll start with Counselor Sena, who I see is next up. Counselor Sena.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I think in regards to the deferral, this resolution, from my understanding, and Councilor Pena can certainly chime in as this is her resolution, but from my understanding, it does exactly that, is to ask community, it's inviting community to step forward, and this kind of formalizes the process. And just want to mention, being part of the Race, History and Healing project, I was asked to be on there, and for me, I had told the project and the members on there that for me it's really to listen in and to listen to their guidance and the conversations that were being brought forward, and that I would defer to community input when it came to the decisions of the installation. And that's what was really important, was just us having those conversations, and it's extended well beyond the project. I was actually in a book club that the Office of Equity and Inclusion was having on certain topics. And this spurred a lot of conversation about what it meant for a Chicano man who was a city employee, and he voiced his opinion, and even our indigenous community members as well. But just having that invitation being brought forward and being able to be included in the conversation, and I believe that this resolution does exactly that, is really formalizing that process, and having the mayor's office, I do appreciate what they've done through their Race, History, and Healing project, and the facilitations that they've done so far, and including so many community members. But I do agree with Councillor Peña that in the end, it will be brought forward to the council after those recommendations are made. And I'm just glad that this makes that process open to our community, and the resolution is saying exactly that we will make a diligent process to allow community members to chime in, and that hopefully we include as many people as we can, because I know that they're so passionate about this topic, and it's really spurred more conversation even in the Asian American community of other art pieces that whether it talks about colonization or oppression. So I just appreciate that we're opening this dialogue for so many of our community members to have those communications and conversations, because it's so important. So I support Councillor Peña's resolution. I think it is very important because we do need to move towards healing on this particular installation and the incident that occurred, while also making sure that more community members are engaged in it. So I won't be supporting the deferral.
Thank you. Councilor Peña, I saw you wanted to weigh in there. I want to point out we also have 5 other councilors who want to weigh in, and so I want to give a chance to
Yeah, just
let
briefly.
you respond. But go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to that. Yes, thank you, Councillor Senna. I just wanted to say that, yes, and there is really, so this is really about getting the community involved. So there's not already a set amount of people. This is actually encouraging the community to get involved. There's already, and I think Director Sanchez can talk about it. There's already, there's lots and lots of people getting involved, and there's like 7 or 10 teams already made up of, and plus they're encouraging more people to get involved. And I just wanted to say just real quickly is that we've also received in our email today a letter from the National LULAC supporting this resolution. So that's it, but just quickly.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just, a point of clarification with this resolution is, so the Race, History, and Healing Project, is that for all public art, and or is this resolution basically making it official that we started something already and we're evaluating what to do? Or is there going to be another, if we pass this, administration will be directed to complete a process for community input for recommendations for the La Jornada statute? So does that mean there's going to be a new process on top of that? Or are we just saying we're cool with the Race, History, and Healing Project in order to get input for these recommendations? Diane, does that not make sense? Sorry, Diane's shaking her head. Councilor Gibson, I'm curious, is this making it official what the administration is already doing with community input regarding the recommendations for what to do with this statue?
Councilor Peña, I guess, or Director Sanchez.
I can answer. I can try to answer. I'm not real clear on what you're saying, but really the intent of this is really to look at the statue at hand right now, right, and the installation of La Jornada. I think it's a big conversation that needs to be had, but absolutely, I think as we continue, we need to look at other public art as we move forward. I don't know if any of the councilors have ever seen a piece of art that really, and people, the public should look at it, but there's a piece of art that has nothing to do with the Conquistador or anything like that, but in front of the Starbucks at the Hyatt, there's a art installation that really shows some oppression there. So I'll just say that, and you know, if anybody wants to take a walk by there, I welcome them to.
I guess my question is, if we were to pass this, is completing having the administration complete a process for community input to recommend what to do with this, is that going to be a new committee, or is the Race, History, and Healing Project already that group of people? So we're just making it official, or we're starting something new?
Got you. Now I got you. So actually we kind of started this process. We're just actually trying to figure out how do we get to the answer for this process. So the committee's kind of started when myself and Congresswoman Holland and the mayor met to talk about this, and he set up this process. You know, it was the beginning, and the intent is to get community members to be involved with this. But then at the end of the day, once this process is being developed, it was like, where does it go to, right? Is the mayor going to make the decision on this ultimately? Take those recommendations, not the decision, but take those recommendations and make the decision, or should we submit it to the council to make the decision? And for me, I think because the council is pretty diverse, and I think it really should fall on at least a body that has you know, some color.
No, and I can
lots of better words.
I'm sorry to drag it out. I just don't feel like I still got an answer though regarding this. Is the Race, History, and Healing Project the process the community input will make recommendations to based off of the resolution? When it says be it resolved by the council, the administration is directed to complete a process for community input for recommendations for the La Jornada installation. Is the process that we will be directing the administration to do, the process is the Race, History, and Healing Project, or it's something new?
It's the Race Healing Project.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilor Dupasan, for clarifying that. Next up, we have Councilor Gibson, then Benton, then myself, and then we'll go back to other councilors who've spoken before. Madam Vice President.
Thank you. Thank you. So I finally got, finally understood Councilor Basan's statements and questions. I understand also Councilor Pena's response. Here's my question. Why do we need this resolution for this piece of art? And I do not mean to minimize this piece of art, because I love this piece of art. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry that it might depict something really, really painful to people. But I think that I'm like you, Councilor Pena. I would not want to see any decisions made on this without careful thought and reflection. So why this resolution? Why do we need a resolution just for La Jornada? Can you help me understand that?
Well, I can try to answer your question. Again, we can leave it to, right now there's not a process for the end result, I guess I can say. So we started this this healing project and these community conversations, and getting people to be part of this whole process, to be involved in the decision making, to make those recommendations. We didn't have a formal process of, once those recommendations were made, where does it go? Does it go to the mayor to make the decision, or does it, not the decision, again, let me rephrase that. Does it go to the mayor to take those recommendations under consideration, or does it come to the council to take those recommendations under, and basically, so this kind of formalizes that. It says that it should come to city council, and obviously the mayor will still be involved, because he can, weigh in if there's not a majority vote, and, veto the whole thing if he wants to. But I just, being a Hispanic woman, and there being another Hispanic woman on the council, and then obviously Councilor Sena is another person of color, I just think it's important to really have more than one voice weighing in on this important issue. And like you said, Councilor Gibson, I really appreciate, your comments, because exactly the point is that, you like this piece of art. That's what gives us the.
Okay, thank you for that. So as one of the white women on this council, I just want to see, I want us to look forward, and look at all of the different artwork that's out there, plaques that are out there, historical things that we still have that, we probably really need to take an inventory on. And I don't understand why La Jornada itself, why doesn't it just include all pieces of art? What am I not getting?
I mean, I guess it could include all pieces of art. I think maybe as we expand and see what happens, I think the topic at hand right now is La Jornada. And I think it's something that we have to address. It's actually, the statue is in storage right now, and we really have to come out with a decision on what to do with it, right? Whatever that decision is, whatever the consensus of all this community input is, we have to decide what we're going to do with it. As you say, I mean, there can be an amendment to this to say that, after this decision is made, maybe we should look at other pieces of public art and see, what we do with them. I'm not necessarily, supportive, like I explained, that, there's other pieces of art out there that are, to me, are very offensive. I don't know. I guess I can say I don't know where I would be with kind of those statues of either keeping them or removing them. I think we put up public art, and art's supposed to be something that's there for discussion and to inspire conversations. And I think, La Jornada obviously inspired a conversation, a deep-rooted conversation about our history, about our peoples. And, and I really think it's important that, if the decision is made to remove the statue, that it's replaced with something of historical value about our Hispanic history, because we had we made so many contributions to this state as well. So, and I do not want to erase our history.
I don't blame you. I don't want to see that either. And I don't think that this is the forum or the time to, speculate about what might happen and all of that. I think that that's what the input is for. That's what creating a forum and a space and getting the right people, or getting people in the room to figure that out. And I definitely will respect that.
I'll do whatever you want me to.
But
I want to put you on mute. Sorry, Councilor Gibson, go ahead.
I'm not comfortable with this, and I'm sorry to say that. I'm not comfortable with it. So I probably won't be supporting it, but I would hope that this group that's getting together and listening and talking with one another and getting some perspective, I hope that the recommendations that they can come up with can include art with historical significance and artistic significance, and we can find an appropriate place for that.
I think I see Mr. Real wanting to weigh in here. I also want to point out that thank you, Councilor Gibson, by the way. We have Councilor Benton and myself and the administration, and then back to councilors who've spoken before. But first, let me go briefly to the mayor's conference room, and then I'll take Councilor Benton and then myself.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Real.
Council President Davis and councilors. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things, and I feel like a couple of important questions have come up. One of the primary reasons that we're very supportive of this resolution is that we think it's very likely that there will be recommendations that will actually require council approval, just because the expense of changing or moving or all kinds of things, even addressing certain kinds of changes to the sculpture will end up being something that costs money that would eventually come in front of council. We also wanted to be really honest with the community through this process in terms of where final decisions are going to be made. That's one of the things that when we're dealing with community input, community always wants to know what's the process once we make recommendations. And we wanted to make it very clear from the beginning where the process was going to be, which boards would be looking at it, and where those decisions would be made. I think that's really helpful at the beginning for community to really trust the process because they know where it's going from beginning to end. And then the other thing, I think Councillor Bassan asked a couple of questions. What about these other things? There are probably other things we should be talking about. And that's why the Race History and Healing Project is not called the Oñate Project. It's called the Race History and Healing Project because we know that additional concerns and areas are going to come up as we go through these conversations. And if this process works well, if this process of community dialogue and facilitated small group discussion works well, then we absolutely want to use it in other spaces and for other issues. But for right now, we're very focused on this particular issue that we all know is really critical and requires a lot of thoughtful and urgent attention. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanchez. Councilor Ben, then myself, and then we'll go back through councilors who have already spoken.
Yes, I strongly support this this bill and appreciate the fact that the administration is on board with it as well. I do think it's incumbent on us to be part of the decision-making process. So I appreciate Councilor Pena bringing this forward. I too am heartened to hear that people like Adan Carriaga are heading up the discussions, individual group discussions. When the whole Oñate statue, it's really not an Oñate statue. It's a public artwork that depicts, as they say, the journey that was taken. And Oñate was depicted as part of that, and certainly was part of it. And we celebrated my friend Alan Cooper at the beginning of the meeting, and Alan would have been all for taking it down and taking Oñate down, right? And I have other friends and people who I respect who are concerned about this from all sorts of different angles. As a public artwork, which was commissioned by the city of Albuquerque, it was before our time collectively, but it was commissioned and it's a public artwork. It's not a statue. It's not the kind of statue that we consider when we look at Confederate statues on public squares throughout the South. And speaking of that, I'm hopeful about this race equity and inclusion project because I see it as a, kind of like it's sort of like a truth and reconciliation effort, right? It's sort of what, in a way, I hope it will work somewhat along the lines of what was done in Santa Fe with regard to the I'm drawing a blank on what it's called, the reentry parade and so forth that were offensive to Native Americans. And I worked several years ago with Elder Jefferson and others from the African American community to remove some totally inaccurate plaques that were displayed in Old Town Plaza having to do with the very brief Confederate occupation of Albuquerque. And that really seemed to glorify that 10-day period when the Confederate Texas troops came through Albuquerque and took over Old Town. And that's not an artwork, you know, those are plaques and some replica cannons and some interpretive kind of supposedly historical interpretation of our history, which I still think there are problems with. But we need to be tackling things like that as well. So this is the one that's right at hand. And it was ironic because I had been speaking to Elder Jefferson about taking another run at one specific plaque that is still offensive in my mind. And you can go down to Old Town Plaza and read it for yourself and see what you think. But I'm hopeful that this process can be extended and be extended beyond just a particular piece of public art, which is an important conversation and a distinctive conversation. I appreciate Director Sanchez's efforts on this, getting us on track with it. But I'm hopeful that it can go beyond that, as was stated. So strongly in support of the resolution.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. I'll recognize myself as the last one to speak on this cycle, and then we'll remind everybody we're on the motion to defer until the September 9th meeting. And here's the way I see this. I mean, this legislation, I appreciate it very much, was introduced late on Friday. It's got a thin analysis, but I think there's more to be done here. But what I hear is, and I agree, I support the healing initiative and the conversations we've had with the administration. I think they're working well, as we've all heard today. They're including the right folks. They have different facilitators, I think is probably the better word, whatever the technical term is, working with different communities and bringing those folks together. But my concern is that, as someone has pointed out, as Director Sanchez pointed out, there is a process to engage the council. I'm not sure it's the council's final decision to make, however, except through the finance and appropriations portion. And here's the reason why. The city's Arts Board ordinance 1054 says that the Arts Board is appointed with recommendations from city councilors or nominations from the councilors. It's empowered to make recommendations to the mayor for the acquisition and care of public art. The council has no role in that, and the council has traditionally not had a place in individually looking at individual pieces. But the council does appropriate money to the program. And I'm not opposed to the council being involved in this process, but I'm not sure that we could say in the same voice that we trust that the administration has set up a process for equitable input, and then also say, as we've heard tonight, that because the mayor is an Anglo mayor, he can't make a decision about an issue that impacts people of color. And so what I hear is that we have a good process to take public input through the boards and commissions process that includes representatives of the city that have been appointed by city councilors based by law on their experience in arts and culture and these experiences, to make a recommendation to the mayor. And then that process would be that the mayor would bring that to the council for approval through the normal legislative process, which would be the appropriations for moving it, changing it, securing it if we keep it in place. But I just think that this may be getting ahead of that a little bit, in that we've got to let the process work its way out before the council inserts itself. That said, I do think there may be a role here, and I just think we need more time to understand the confluence of the ordinances that are already in place, the process that's been designed, and what each person's or each branch of government's role is. And so I probably would ultimately support this legislation, but I do think the process matters, and I do think we should get it right. I hear Councilor Borrego in that this process was developed by the administration with a few key community leaders who were important, and a couple of city councilors, but not all the city councilors. But we should all be supporting that and pushing people to support that process, and then decide that. But I don't think we have to rush tonight through late introduction and immediate action to decide what that process will look like when it's not going to arrive to us in 4 or 5 months. And so for that reason, I support the deferral. It gives us all time to think about the process a little, work out some of my questions about legal issues, the finance questions and process and others, so that we can give the community the confidence they need that whomever it is that makes the final decision, whether it's the administration or the council by funding it, that we can do it well and that we won't be challenged. And if we are challenged through court action or otherwise, which is always the right of somebody to do, that we've really checked all our right boxes to be sure that we're recognizing that. Because remember, this administration came in saying they were going to put 100 new people on boards and commissions to represent our city with expertise in these areas. And I think we should give them the opportunity to do that before the council inserts itself in that process. And so for that reason, I support Councilor Borrego. I don't think it's important that we have this conversation. It's important we set up a process, but I don't think it's important we do it with a late intro, a quick analysis, and immediate action tonight. And so I would support the deferral. And so with a reminder that we are on the motion for deferral, I want to go back to Councilor Pena, who has had her hand raised and waited to discuss and respond to some of the councilors, and then Councilor Borrego to close on her motion for deferral, and then we'll be back on the legislation if it's not deferred. Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to provide clarity. When you said that I didn't trust an Anglo mayor to make this decision, that's absolutely not what I said. I said that I thought collectively as a board with a diverse group of people would be better in making that decision. Absolutely not that he couldn't. I'm sure he could, but for me, my preference is to have it go through a board that has that diversity in it. And ultimately, I said he would be making the final decision by signing off on the legislation or not.
Thank you for clarifying. That's a good point. Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Borrego to close on the motion to defer.
Thank you, Council President Davis, and thank you, Councilor Pena, and all of the councilors that have spoken today. I do support the race equity and inclusion process. I think it's a very, very important process. The healing that comes from that is going to be vitally important for how our city is going to move forward. And, that particular process will break down a lot of barriers throughout the city, and throughout our races, throughout our religion, a lot of different pieces to that. And I think that that's something that we definitely need. And we saw that as a result of the whole issue with, the Oñate statue and people that wanted to take it down, and brought up a lot of issues, a lot of hurt from a lot of different places that have been oppressed and suppressed for many, many years. So with that said, there's also a process for community art, and I've been through that process many times. I will tell you, I was involved in Chevy on a Stick, which goes many, many years back. I was involved with the beautiful piece of art that's on Montano and 4th Street. I was involved with the park in Barelas. I could go on and tell you many, many pieces that we went through the arts board on to place public art. There is a process, and that process is, if we're going to change it, then that's a policy decision for the council. And I think that brings back a bigger issue of, are we going to put every piece of art through this new process that seems to be part of this discussion for this legislation? Are we creating a new process? And if we are, that's okay. That's okay. But we need to be clear about what it is that we're doing, because La Jornada is nothing more than a piece of art that created a lot of controversy. And there's already a public process involved in that advisory board. They have to advertise. They have to, go through that public process. And then there's a recommendation. And that's true for every piece of art that we deal with in Albuquerque, not just La Jornada, every piece of new art, every piece of art that is amended or changed in any form. So we already have a process in place. And, my concern, and yes, it's great to be able to have as many people included in the process, but I'm hearing from people today, this afternoon, that said, we didn't even know this was on the agenda. How do we get our comments in to the council. And they didn't have that opportunity. So if we're truly talking about inclusion, then there are people that are missing at the table. And so with that, I recommend the 30-day deferral.
Thank you, Counselor. Ms. Ortega, would you call the roll on the floor amendment number 1?
That's the motion for deferral?
Is the motion for deferral till September 9th?
Correct. Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
No.
Counselor Borrego?
Yeah.
Counselor Gibson?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
No.
Counselor Sena?
No.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
That passes on a 5-3 vote. That matter is deferred to September 9th.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega, and thank you for correcting me. It was not a floor amendment. It was just a regular motion. So that matter is deferred until September 9th, and there being no other business before this council, this meeting is adjourned.